All right. Had to situate myself, lads. How's everybody doing this fine, whatever day it is? Let's just say I'm a bit busy lately, and after this I will be going back to do quirky things. But beyond that, is what it is. There, I'm just moving things around. How's chat? There's not a lot of people here, so I don't want to start too crazy until more people show up, but we'll get into it. We're not going to wait around, because you guys waited enough already. So there's two things, sort of subjects, that we'll discuss today. Today's sort of like a sit and chat stream, and we'll play some Legends of Terrestrial music in the background. I heard myself. I don't like it. Alright, it's over. It's over. Where am I? Who are you? Chat, what are we doing? You're doing stuff. It's true. So today we're just going to talk about things. The first thing let's talk about is going to be... Hold on, just got to move something over. Let me just check the audio levels. Look at how fucking unprofessional this is. It's acceptable. Alright, so let's see. Where was I? Oh, I should probably do that too. Yep, before I forget. Yep, good. Check. Everything's good to go. So today we're going to talk about the channel first, because the channel is in a way related to Legends of Terrestrial as, well, over... I don't know if it's over, but it's very close. See, here's the thing, okay? We'll talk about this first. Channel revenue can vary, because donations are, well, people are generous. So you have months where you get lots of money, months where you get a little less money, So there's slow months and good months or something, if you want to look at it in business terms, right? So it can vary. Sometimes it's over 50% of the development cost of Legends of Terrestrial. Other times it's below 50%. We're kind of like teetering on that, teeter-tottering back and forth, so it goes over and it goes under. It's nothing like a big deal, it's just what it is. So it's hard to always, get that down right, like how much is it making, how much isn't it. So the channel does play a big role in it, so it is tied to the game because it pays for the game. Now, about the channel, right? What's going on with the channel? What do we plan on doing with the channel? Well, there's going to be some changes coming up, and they're not really going to affect you guys at all. But it's mostly going to affect what I'm doing a little bit. The big thing that you'll notice that's going to change is probably going to be things like what kind of games I'm playing. Now, I'll still be playing a lot of the games that we always play on this channel. That will remain normal. But there will be some changes. Like, I will be playing games that I otherwise wouldn't normally have played. Things like, you already know, Total War Warhammer 3. I personally find Creative Assembly's business practices as a whole to be unethical, to be actually, terrible. But the thing is, we need outreach, we need a break, we need growth. And there's a big surge riding on that game, so we're going to hop on that surge and see if we can actually get swept up in it. This is highly reliant on other people helping to carry us a little, but, that is just how it is. And we're going to have to proceed with this regardless, with external support or without. It does not matter. We can no longer stand idly by. We need to start doing things to generate growth. And this sucks. Sucks, but there are certain things I'm not going to do. Like, I'm not a fan of certain companies, so I'm going to avoid them altogether. And it's fortunate that I can, because they do things I don't like. They make games I don't like, so that's easy. But I'm going to have to play games that are in my field of interest. Because the thing about when you do YouTube and streaming, you need to play games that people find interesting to generate, revenue, to generate content, to generate growth, blah, blah, blah. It's okay to play bad games once in a while because, it's always like, hey, look at him suffer, like Fire Warrior. Oh, God. But that's besides the point, So we're going to play Total War Warhammer 3. We're going to probably play, goddamn, Ready or Not, even though the devs are a little bit pussies, at least their PR person is. No balls, but whatever. Whatever. It'll be a net growth at the end of the day. It's a sadness. I don't really want to play these things, but we're going to. And boo-hoo me, right? Boo-hoo. So either way, growth is pretty good. I mean, we again defy all logic and reason. We have maintained 80 to 100 subs growth per month. How have we done this? I don't know. Our channel is way too small to justify this growth, but it definitely plays into the fact that we have big and powerful friends carrying us on their backs. That's how we're able to overcome the hurdle that is the little baby channel hurdle. Little baby channel hurdle is this thing where if you get into YouTube, because when I first got into YouTube, the hurdle wasn't as big, and it was easy. I did a couple of videos, and bam, I had 1,000 subs easy. Like, it was easier than ever. I could probably make 1,000 subs pretty easy too, still today, but that involves making content I really don't want, and that's the clickbaity kind. That's the drama clicks. That's doing the politics and all the other cringe crap. I just cannot stomach it. I can't. I'm sorry. There's just certain things. I did it once. I did it specifically on the original channel. For those who don't know, I did the Total War content coverage when I covered Total War, and I covered Total War Warhammer and the upcoming game that was, and all the dramas that Creative Assembly had with attacking people and lashing out at their fans and other crap like C.A. Grace basically lying to the audience about Angry Joe being contacted. And then they had to backpedal. We covered that story. In fact, it's what blew it up. That was from one of our people who leaked it to us. So I'm not going to name unless he wants to be named. But there was lots of stuff, right? That was kind of fun because it was a little bit detective-y, but it got really annoying because it was always toxic. Because the Creative Assembly like forums always like bolstered that sort of toxicity because they approve it. They like that kind of stuff. And so I just never really liked dealing with it. And so I was like, whatever. Like, this company goes out and actively harasses individuals. So it's one of those things where it's like, you really can't get them to change. So it's whatever. Hey, you survived Halo Infinite? You can handle Total War Warhammer 3? Ha 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 ha. I've survived worse. There's no terrible game that can stop me. Even Fire Warrior couldn't do that. It almost succeeded. Don't talk to Bubbles about this. Fortunately, he's sleeping. You'll never know, chat. Fat little bubby won't be able to tell you. Alright, now the next point of subject reboot for YouTubes, right? So we're doing that to help generate growth. Yay, growth, woohoo! More subs, more clicks, equals more money. More money equals more art. More art means we're closer to the game. So as you know, in regards to development, now we're going to make a little bit of a segue. We'll bounce back and forth between subjects. Name of the old channel, it was called The Bickering Bunch. I deleted it. You can find some of the thumbnails. I was a Steam curator back in the day to answer that question, which is nothing, by the way. But one of my big favorite stories, one of my big favorite stories was Ubisoft. Because they gave me early access to Toy Soldiers War Chest, or whatever it was called, right? I was like, yay, I'm going to review it, you know, cool, I've loved Toy Soldiers. Signal Studios is one of my favorites. Like, Toy Soldiers is like one of my favorite little tower defense games of all time. I just love it to death. And especially the Cold War one was fantastic. And so I was absolutely excited to review this game. And then I played it, and I was like, this is god-awful. And so I made my review, and I basically said, well, my honest thoughts. The game sucked. It was irredeemable, and basically it was better off never being made, essentially. Then I released that, because I was, I waited for the release time frame, because I used to do reviews, and then, they gave me the time date, so I released my review, and I got contacted by them immediately, asking them to reconsider my review, and then basically replay the game. And I'm like, okay, I'll replay it, I guess. Like, maybe they patched it? I didn't see a patch, but who knows? So I play it. Still sucks. And I just tell them, sorry, still sucks. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You didn't fix it in the last 15 minutes or whatever, so, it was probably a day by then. Can't remember the specifics, but it was funny. Oh, Toy Soldiers War Chest, what a steaming pile of garbage. It completely misses the point of what made Toy Soldiers Toy Soldiers! Oh well, oh well. But doing Steam curation was a little fun hobby of mine. I wouldn't mind getting back into it, but the problem with Steam curation is it requires a lot of time to review, and the review series was called 30 minutes or less. And often, towards the end, it wasn't 30 minutes at all. It was like an hour. That was my gimmick, because back then, that was the gimmicky thing. Because at that point, I had looked at other review channels, like Total Biscuit and other ones, and I was like, what do they do? And I'm like, okay, I don't really like any of these review channels, but I'm going to try a crack at it. And then I did skits, and then I tried the skits thing, because I watched Angry Video Game Nerd, and I thought he was funny when I was a little kid, so I gave it a shot. I have a whole quasi-wardrobe in a box of all the different outfits I have for that series. I used to do live action acting. It was pretty terrible. Oh my god, it was terrible. But people really liked it, the little following I had at the time. Maybe one day. That was a long, long, long time ago, though. That was like 2016. Ancient. Thousands of years ago. 2014, or was it 2013? 2013, I think I started YouTube, but it was very intermittent. Like, very little. And that was the original channel. And I've been doing YouTube ever since. Except, you know, I quit. And then deleted my channel. And then decided to get back into it. Because I'm like, maybe this time I can do it right. And this time I did. This time I'm actually happy with it. I'm not miserable. Towards the end, I was miserable. I just got so sick of being upset and disappointed. Because I'd always, as a younger person, I'd looked up to Creative Assembly and I was like, these guys make some of my favorite games. And yeah, sure, some of them are bad. Yeah, Rome 2 had its problems. You know, it was absolutely garbage. But I still loved the game. I still love it. To this day. It's this weird game that isn't good. It's a little bit dumb. It's a guilty pleasure. And I love Rome 2. Rome 2 is a special place in my heart. As that bad game that I have horrible memories of. But also really funny ones. Like, oh my god, there was this time, right, when I was playing with my buddy Tyler, or my lead programmer for our game, right, and my co-founder, and we were playing the game, and we were doing the Siege of Apollonia, because we kept having to restart the campaign because the save files would get corrupted all the fucking time. And so we redid the Siege of Apollonia for like the millionth frigging time. And for some reason, like the Etruscans or whatever had a coastal army and they were coming back, or not the Etruscans, Epirus, I'm sorry, I get them mixed up. And they were attacking and they were off the coast, right? They were doing a naval invasion, whatever. And the ships formed up into a smiley face and stopped. They stopped moving. They were just sitting there in a smiley face. That was the most cancerous thing I'd ever seen in my life. It's like the AI was like, hey. It was just smiling. Because they wouldn't land, and we couldn't, in that game, you couldn't win unless you killed all the bad dudes. So they were stuck, and we couldn't go in the water, so it just, then the water's smiling at us. That was terrible. And then there was the Star Trek tractor beam thing, or whatever. Bug. And then we played another battle. I remember there was, like, dudes, and they'd jump off the boat. But the problem was, is the enemy boat was running, and so it was running off the map. But my ship kept trying to board it, so the dudes kept jumping over the ledge and killing themselves. Well, fortunately, the ship fled in a very convenient direction, but they were just jumping back on board on the deck. But every once in a while, one of them would jump off the ledge and kill themselves. And so I was like, oh no, like I was hoping, you know, by the time they got to the ledge that they didn't all kill themselves. They didn't. There was like 14 of them left. Somehow they didn't rout. I don't remember fully what the exact number was, but it's approximation. And I just remember that. I remember all the terrible bugs in that game, and I remember how funny it was. Like, the game was fun, but not for good reasons. Oh my goodness. That was hilarious. But that is besides the point. That was Rome 2, and that was all the funny stuff. And the review content was fun, but I wanted to focus on game development more. You know, making video games and whatnot, making a Discord server for the community. Because a lot of content creators I knew at the time were like, don't make a Discord server. Because at that point, that was in the early stages, if I remember right. Because Discord had a knack for people being weird. Like, you'll have this weird parasocial relationship with your fans, where people will expect you to do certain things or think you're a certain way, and then you'll meet them and they'll be like, oh, you know, shattered illusion, whatever. And that happens some of the time, but by and large, it's a minority and it's not something to worry about. I think people can interact with their fans just normally, honestly. But it's one of those things that I think was actually really cool. Was actually making the Discord community, because before that, it was Skype. Oh my goodness, the game meetings were organized on Skype. That was true. My god. Hello, Matthias, and welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Don't forget the teeth. Oh my god, that's Halo 5, my dude. The Breed Kibs digs up the old G channel. Good luck. You're never finding it, chat. Actually, I'm going to try to find it real quick. Hold on. If I Google my old channel, Will I get it? Probably not. Oh my god. Numpad, work. Nope. Nope. Oh, a movie came out not that long ago called 30 Minutes or Less. Good. That will for sure have buried any possible chance of you ever finding it. Let's see if I can still find it, though. Nope. What if I try typing in Kibs? Nope. There was a time when the thumbnails would still occasionally pop, but not anymore. What happened with Foxling, Psycho Dad? You mean the fact that Foxling's back? Oh, no, I'm kidding. Goddamn Foxy. Oh, man. Foxy's a special. If anybody's joined the Discord, you'll know. You'll know. Hang out in the comments for like 5 minutes and you'll see Foxling. Oh my goodness. Yes, Robert did make the music for Wrath of the Firstborn, which is the battle track for the game. Now, time for a face reel? Nah, I don't think so. I'm a pretty handsome looking schmuck. But honestly, I don't want it to be about my face or me, because that's the thing that if you ever ask Bubbles, I had a long conversation with Bubbles one day about the whole ego thing. And when you do YouTube and you start to make content, you'll be placed upon a pedestal as more and more people start, following you or watching you or doing stuff like that. And people will expect... Sod man, there you are. And people will expect certain things, right? Or whatnot. But you have to be careful, because it's very quickly to be surrounded, but it doesn't take much to be surrounded by yes men. This is what happened in the original Discord server back on the old channel, which is why I purged it. I wiped out the channel because I was like, I'll make a community and I'll accept moderators based on volunteers. That was a mistake. Anybody who volunteers to be a mod often is not a good person. That's why whenever I pick new mods, I just randomly DM them like, hey, you're a moderator, don't fail me. And they're like, what? Now, granted, there is a little bit of curation, because I do look at, who they are a little bit, and I see how they interact. Because you do need to judge every single person that comes in, right? Because you can't be like, ah, yes, the guy who's always on power trips. Here you go. You don't want simps, no. You generally, Nathan, that's just a bad thing. I've had to yell at unnamed individuals in VC before because they're like, oh, the Kibs will do this and that. And it's like, dude, calm down. The Kibs. For real, though. For real. That unironically happened a couple of times in the current server. The problem is that you do run into the younger audience, which is the starry-eyed people. You have to be gentle. You shouldn't be mean to them. Regius Squeak. I'm looking at you, but you shouldn't let them continue to do that. Like, don't let them be like, oh, whatever he does is great. No. That's not okay. It's to be like, oh yes, what, you're jumping off the bridge, Kibs, master stroke, master genius plan right there. Whee! Not a good idea. Today's a chat stream, basically. I'm scared, chat. Okay, I'm not scared anymore. I thought I had a DM. I'm waiting for people to get back to me. Several odd people for several thousand different things and projects. Oh, goodness gracious. How do I do it? I don't, I think. I don't. I think I just sort of stumble through it at this point. Kibs, you are the younger audience. No, I am your father now, chat. You are my little autistic children. And I look out for you. And then I occasionally break one of your neck. But that is for your own benefit. That is for... It's like, what's this dead one? It's like, don't worry about him. Tosses him in the bucket. The Kibs is our lady. What? No, that's weird. And Savior, Catgirl Incarnate, who uses the voice changer. Yes, I use a voice changer to sound like a dude. What a weird thing. Kibs disappointed me when he said Sabaton was bad. Yeah, good. I broke your illusions. Sabaton's not bad, but they're overrated. I might have been overly harsh, but the thing is, they are overrated. They're in everything, and I hate their policy of how egregious they are when it comes to like, oh, you had a little bit of music in a video game. Because when I was younger, I was like, what's this? I'll just buy all the DLC for a Paradox game, not knowing that it puts the music on because the music was one of the DLCs. And I'm like, oh, cool, it's got some, like, cool music in it. And then I get, like, banned worldwide. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, actually, fuck you. Didn't give me a strike. I know they could have done that, which would have been a lot worse. Black donates $2, say, squeak. Hi, Kyle. Welcome to the stream. Hello. By the way, for those who are, interested, I know I shouldn't do this because it shoots myself in the foot. Bang. But I do care about my friends, so if you want to know, Discordy also streams. I think she's also streaming now. If you're looking for gameplay, you can head over there, and she's streaming Dungeons 3 with her friend, Allspark, TF Allspark. He's a subscriber here. I can remember names. He had the Transformers picture. I remember everything, to a degree. It's so strange. I'll remember people, and I remember everything they do. And I keep it down on a mental list. That way, one day I get back at you. You'd be like, why did you do that? And be like, finally, justice. Kibs is trying to say we can't breed him? No, you can't. Literally impossible. Breeding Kibs is literally impossible. Actually, literally impossible. Physically unattainable. Biologically not doable. He just ended? Disco's dead. No, F's in chat. Oh, they beat the game? Good job. They were doing the DLC content. I briefly saw that they were streaming. Speaking of, did I retweet it? Fuck, if it's over, it's too late now. I try to remember to retweet my friends' streams, but I don't know how people always retweet my stuff. Whatever. One of these days I'll remember. I sometimes retweet Smashin streams, and sometimes I retweet Robin streams, but then he's already done streaming, and I'm like, fuck. Too late. Whoopsie poopsie, we managed to miss, but that happens sometimes. I try to promote my friends because my friends try to promote me, it's one of those things, you try to help each other. That's also one thing when you do YouTube, if you ever decide to do content creation, what I'm doing, do that, try to help your friends. Because you're in it together. Reguline donates $2 to say, starry-eyed fools need a paddling. They do, Reguline, but there's no need to be mean about it. Like, yes, you should bonk yes men, but the thing is their heart is in the right place. But again, the road to hell is paved with the best intentions. It's important to dissuade them from what they're doing, because that's true. Like, you don't want yes men, but you also don't want the opposite, because there are two types of people. Actually, no, there's millions. I'm trying to, like, explain this, but, to actually get into the depths of it would take thousands of years. There are billions of people, but there are two particular types that you need to be cautious of that are opposite sides of the pendulum, so to speak. There are the starry-eyed yes men who are infatuated and like everything. Then there are the other side of that same following in the spectrum, where they're the obtusely, sort of like tunnel vision-y. They're both tunnel vision-y in their own ways, but in different directions, where they're overly, what's the word? It's not critical. It's not cynical. Aggressive? Because nothing that they say is being critical or critiquing or criticism. They're just overly lashing out, overly whatever. These ones are difficult to describe. Those ones are equally bad, and those ones are harder to slap, because you slap them once, and then they get mad, and they're like, eh, and it's like, calm down. But that never works, because if you tell someone to calm down, it's like telling a woman to calm down, and they're basically women. That's how you need to treat them. Okay, I've come to that conclusion. You say calm down, and they spurg harder. They spurg. Oh, little monkeys. Everyone's a monkey. Let's see. Just had to move me phone. Okay, where were we? They need main bunk to teach them properly. Yes, I know. Now, I am overly gentle. I am way too kind, and I've been criticized for that frequently by others, especially Bubbles, who's like, you need to be stern with them, but the thing is, like, I don't know. It's really just like, See, I like to believe that if you give them like a little bit of rope, they'll grab on, right? And sometimes, okay, sometimes I'm right, they do grab on. And they're like, yeah, okay, I'll calm down. Yeah, okay, I'll stop. And it's like, okay, good, grab. Hang on to the little rope, little guy. It's like, good. Sometimes they just light the rope on fire. Sometimes just like, what are you doing? It's got a little lighter. I was like, nothing. Oh, help me, chat. People are potatoes sometimes. Black donates $5 like Kibs. It's physically impossible to breed me, chat. That will not me from trying. That sounds terrible. It will only make me try harder. You think you're missing a word there. Black 1917, but thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. If you play Spore one day and make bad creatures, I will criticize you to hell. Man, Spore is one of those games as a little kid. I didn't buy into the hype. See, it's like Fable and Black and White. I bought those games, and I was like, well, as a little kid, people bought them for me because I didn't have any money. But I got them from my parents or inherited them or whatever. And I played them and I was like, oh man, these games are awesome. Like, fuck yeah. And then there were people like, these games are like, they suck. They're missing content. Like, what are you talking about? And then later, like, I grow up, you know, I learn about these games. And I'm like, holy crap, they are missing all their features and promises. Like, they barely did half the things. Like, Spore was made all cutesy and derpy for the wrong reasons. I always hated Spore's late game, the space game. Like, it just felt like a clicker game. It's like, oh, you get to build like a galactic empire, except like they need to have their hands constantly held, and they're absolute monkeys. It was terrible. Whatever. Let's see. Give enough rope and people will either save themselves or hang themselves. I know! That is a good quote. I'm stealing that. I'm gonna read that again. Give enough rope and people will either save themselves or hang themselves. There is nothing truer than that. Nothing truer than that. Especially when there's people that are, like, you're trying to help them, but like they're just too dumb to grab the rope. It's like, oh, he's tying a noose around his neck. Well, might as well give it a pull. Hello, welcome, Joe. Joe Pastu Yannick. I'm assuming I can speak that. Much assumptions were made. I feel like Black and White would be cool. I love Black and White as a video game. I know it's an unfinished video game, but I love it. I love the core concept of it. It's very novel, the idea. And it, you know what? I wish we had something more like it. But I digress. We get on subjects, and this is a chat stream, so we're gonna chat. I have a DM, but it's not from anybody important. From Hanse. He just told me to be scared. I leaked what your DM said, Hanse. Only because I knew it wasn't sensitive information. And yes, I am the arbiter on what's sensitive and isn't. Hanse. There. Now that I've thoroughly yelled at Hanse and put him in his place, gotta dominate him, you know. Sweet tea. It's like sweet. Tea in it. Okay, that's a weird thing to read. I'm not gonna read that. Spore is pretty unique. That's true. When was the last time you played Dawn of War 1? A very long time. Actually, no, not so. I have a thumbnail of it, of Aerith, like, that I drew ages ago. On DeviantArt. Let's see, my old profile. I used it for storing basically all my art stuff, because, well, at that time, after the hard drive failure, I didn't really trust anything. So I also have online database backups of things. Where is it? Let's look through my drawings. Okay. One day when my game's successful, chat, I'm gonna draw stuff again. Just doodle. And I'll doodle stream. But not until I have unlimited money. That's ancient. The problem I always had with making thumbnails is I was rushing myself, and my art style was going backwards progressively. Because I would forcibly rush myself to get these thumbnails done in the span of like 15 to 20 minutes. And then, oh my god. I used to be so good at like drawing things back in like high school. But Then I was like, I'm gonna learn how to draw like manga and anime stuff. That was a mistake. That was like taking 30, because like the part that you should learn is you should study art first. You should study, you know, how to draw anatomy and proper things and shapes and lighting, the fundamentals of art as a whole, right? You study these first, and then once you have sort of more or less grasped these fundamentals very well, then you transition yourself into working on, you know, the art of caricature, the art of, you know, expression, and going a little bit further with the art, you know? That's the problem. Yeah, it's not bad. It's just I stunted. I know I should have been better than this, because like the lighting for the explosion's wrong. Now, granted, I think I might have done that intentionally because it's subdued, because you should use lighter colors there, because you mix in the blacks with whites, and then what you do is it generates different sort of feelings with lightness. Manga and anime are just shortcuts? No, they're not shortcuts. But the problem is people try to just go straight to them. That's not the problem. A manga and anime is not a shortcut. In fact, they're remarkably advanced and require high levels of skills. Learning how to stylize like art is actually, in my opinion, requires a higher skill level. Because the thing is with drawing, right? You can draw, you know, like drawing like Winston Churchill. I had a portrait that I made of him, and I was very proud of it. And I wish I didn't lose it. But I had basically just done it black and white, you know, with the shading and lighting, you know, and it looked absolutely fantastic, because I was working on the pins on his cigar, and I was trying to make, you know, so you could kind of see the pins a little bit with like the lighting of like from the heat of the cigar. And that was the tricky part. That was the part I was struggling with in the image. But I remember that part because that was like the pinnacle of my art, like in terms of like how good it was. There were certain things like wrong, like the ear was a little bit off, but like by and large, like certain skin folds were always more tricky for me. Just because, especially like things like the ears. Ears and fingers were difficult. Like arms and joints and stuff weren't the worst, but it was the fingies. Hands are remarkably complex little things. They are. So many moving bits. Oh well. Yes, your art teacher is partially right to bonk you for that. And also, YouTube is partially wrong. YouTube is dumb, okay? There's a lot of dumbass YouTubers out there that'll be like, oh, you shouldn't, like, your art teacher's just being a bigot. And it's like, maybe they are, but the thing is, they are right about one thing. The better you understand the fundamentals of art, the better you will be at actually making, like, caricature or stylizations. Because you'll have a greater, like, base of knowledge to work off of. So learn how to draw, you know, realistic, like sort of pictures, like understand about anatomy, you know, the bone, skeletal structure, or, you know, point perspective, because that gets complicated. Or you'll be like Hitler and you'll be like, oh, my people look a little bit derpy. His paintings weren't terrible, just the perspective was off, and, you know, like for an amateur, it's not too bad. Just needs guidance. Oh. Well, a lot of guidance. But the problem is if you teach yourself those bad tricks, you'll get stuck. Because you need to unfuck that damage. There's bad habits. Certain people that draw badly with their posturing. Jake. Just call Jake out on stream. I've seen how he holds his drawing utensil. You shouldn't hold it like that. Because it leads to problems. Derpy. At least I'm pretty sure. At least I think it was him. I can't remember. We'll have to consult the Jake later. He's working on a thumbnail for us, by the way. For the Total War Warhammer series. Also, Get a Rail Cut gives us 5 bits to say, what are you up to today? We're just chatting, you little sloot. Let's see. Boog has been a member for 12 months. A whole year, Boog. You done it. You've supported us for a year, Boog. Right? Yes. I can read. Lord of Opossums is gifting subs. Very generous. Look at all the lads that get nice subs. Possums has got a big heart. What can I say? I wish it didn't queue those. Oh. Something happened that was new. I think? I have no idea what that means. I don't know what any of that means. Actually, I don't really know what those mean, to be exact. I'm kind of thinking about it, and I still haven't quite figured out what those are. But it was Jake that held his pencil specially. Oh, it was? Gosh darn it, Jake. Gotta learn to hold your pencil right. I mean, I did that too. I held it like too close to the base, or to the base where the pencil graphite was. Kibs Pro Streamer. Ask Dev to give you lessons, lol. Dev still doodles? Dev-a-roodles? Dev-doodles? Look at that. Look at how beautiful that art is. And this is just simple, like, coloring. Perfect. It's just a concept sketch, too. The one on the left. Also, there's part of our logo chat. This is a bit of a squeak-rit. Look. It's very low res. Because the image itself is low res. Because I, had to shrink it down to a tiny size. For the thumbnail. But it looks so gorgeous. It's fantastic. Our fucking... Oh, we are literally the best. We are better than everyone else, okay? Get out of the way. Get out of the way, every other thing that ever existed. Oh, yes, fantastic. It's just dripping with soul. There's so much color and life in it, and it has actual meaning behind it. Oh, I love it. It's not a soulless corporate logo. And that's maybe why I like it. Ouch. Ew. When you sit and you adjust yourself and you pull a muscle and you're very sad about it. Oh no. Alright, I'm better now. Never asked Dev to give you lessons. He regularly films people on his couch. That's true, that's a bit weird. Listen, hothead lad, I'm playing it up for you. You're welcome. No, but what you hear now is actually pride. A little bit of pride, which is also a sin. I am very proud of the artists that we have on our team. Without them, we could not have achieved any of this. We wouldn't have this gorgeous art style. We wouldn't have this amazing soul. Without the chat, we wouldn't have the money to afford any of that. Well, we would have afforded it. It just would have taken a lot longer. It's just gorgeous. The talent we have is fantastic. Oh, I'm spoiled. I'm spoiled. We have the best animator around. We've got some of the best artists around. We've got like a friggin' really talented composer. We have some really high-skilled programmers. Granted, it's not like this all came cheap, and it's not like this all just happened out of nowhere. We earned these things, and I'm very proud of that. Oh my goodness. It took forever, though. There was so much stumbling and misery before that. You have no idea. But when we finally found them, when we finally got it going, though, it felt so sweet and satisfying. Because you don't really know until you experience it yourself when you're working on something. Or maybe you do, actually. When you're working on a project, right? Let's think about it from just a sort of generalized. You're working on a project, and this project is your big dream, right? It's your big life goal. It's your, basically this is my magnum opus. Like, it is everything. You pour your heart and soul into it, and it fails miserably. Several dozen times again, for years at a time. Because you, A, did lack the experience, B, lacked, the personnel, C, lacked the funding, and everything else. And then slowly, each time you try, you get up again, you dust yourself off, you cry a little bit about it, it sucks. And then you try again. And then you fall down and you do the same thing again. You cry a little bit more because, you're getting a little tired of this shit. And then you do it again and you fall down and you cry a lot more because you're really tired of this shit. And then finally it clicks. Finally, the tire that's been spinning in the mud finally finds some traction and you begin to pull out of the mud, Like, it actually starts to go. Granted, it's still stuck a little, but you're getting there. The other tire's now stuck, but, we just need a little bit of... we need thousands of dollars to stuff under it just to get it going, but whatever, big deal. That's normal. Snorm, Lord of Apostles donates a bit to say, Dev is helping the trucker strike by being laying in the road and causing traffic to stop. You mean a speed bump? That was funny. I couldn't resist. Dev's a good guy. Maybe one day Dev will come and he'll eventually play games with us. Problem is Dev plays weird games, but I think I could find some games we have in common. He would probably play Earth Defense Force. That, I think, would click well with him. We just need to get the 6th one to come out. And then with that one, we can invite Dev on, and then Dev can join. It'll be great. We'll have Arch, and we'll do funny shenanigans. It'll be fun. We just need the stars to align, though. Imagine a terrestrial war game. That wouldn't work. Like for Eugene, because the style of warfare in 1022 AE wouldn't work. Now, if we progress the timeline to start to Legends of Terrestrial 1983 or 1989, yeah, that could work. We even have artwork of that. Not because I commissioned it, because that'd be a huge waste of resources, but because our team is very passionate about the game we're making, sometimes they just draw art that they think is cool ideas, and we actually have a 1980s Astrian soldier design. Now, there's a few things I would change, like the shoulder plates are bright steel for the officer, which is like, yeah, that's like a sort down. By that point, they would have a somewhat good understanding of camouflage. So those would probably be, covered. Unless it's like a parade uniform. You know what? That could be cool. But that's a subject for another day. One day, we have to do the 1022 AE story, and then we can do the Crisis of 1980 in Terrestrial. Terrestrial Cold War. What happens in 1989? Is it like World War II tech? That'd be like 1980s tech. That was what we're talking about, you silly Willy. Terrestrial tech will probably move up if I continue to write the Terrestrial storyline in the potato-y thing. You know what I mean? You heard nothing. Now, if we will, of course, advance the timeline. But I don't want to, like, skip past, like, certain periods, because we're going to miss a lot of interesting technological things that are going to happen in the universe. We got to slowly work our way there. They got to get the industrial tech stuff going. It'll be cute. Yeah, that is a huge time skip. That's what we call a great leap forward. Sorry, a picture of Mouse face just appeared in my head. He's just smiling like, yeah. That's not funny. It's gonna make me starve to death. Listen, there's nothing like being a little hungry. Or just, perpetually starving. Kibs is going to sell out to CA, and we'll get a Terrestrial Total War. I mean, if Total War... yeah, odds are they wouldn't like me. But, see, I would be open to the idea of a Terrestrial Total War. Granted... See, I would just want the use of the engine, and then we'd do the heavy lifting. Because then we could do it ourselves, like the Bulgaria team. But that's the thing. That would be proprietary. And the amount of experience to pick up and learn a new engine and start modding it, that would be needed. We'd want some veterans who had experience with it. That's a whole other complicated mess now that I think about it. Because I'd have to be like, programming team, figure it out. And they'd be like, what are we doing? Like, oh. That's the problem. I'd write down mechanics designs, and the programming team, they know what to do. They know how to implement them. Because here's how it works, right? I've explained it before, but I'll explain it again. So, when I make a design doc, which a design doc is basically a blueprint for the game's mechanics. Like, I make the design doc for the user interface, how the buttons work and stuff like that. I write those along with the other writing team members. And, we also let the other team members contribute too if they want to help. Because we're fairly open air. Like, everybody's commenting on almost everything. We're all participating in the same thing. But the idea is that we, and that's to help us catch problems. But the idea is that we then submit that document into a folder in the drive, and then, back it up on the local drive, of course. And then basically the other programmers, the lead programmer accesses the drive, opens it up, looks at it, then distributes tasks from that design doc to Disco, to Robin, and to himself, Tyler, and then he goes, sets about doing that, and they try to complete it and, you know, make it work. The design docs we have listed out right now, they're going through mechanic and mechanic. Robin's doing the design doc for the houses and the buildings and the, you know, fog of war system and, you know, all that stuff. Be able to go inside buildings, going upstairs, going behind buildings, removing layers. If you watch his streams, we have dev programming streams where you can actually watch the game be coded live. You can see some of the problems that some of the mechanics have from the complexity of our game. Our game isn't a simple RPG, and that's a bad thing when it comes to programming, because the problem is our game is a special little snowflake, to be blunt. It's got very unique mechanics that are in other games, but they need to work very specifically to fit the designs of this particular game, because there's a certain way that the game for this game actually functions. We could take, you know, certain code or like open source stuff and be like, okay, you know, look at that and be like, all right, we'll make that basically. Problem is the game doesn't really work that simple. And because it's being made in Unity, which is a fantastic engine, one of the only engines that can actually pull this off without having to make a custom one. Thank God that Unity exists. But otherwise we would have been fucked. Because no other engine I could find, the programmers could find, could do the style of 2D game we want. Specifically, not to say that you couldn't force it, it would just be a nightmare. And there's already certain things that are certainly a nightmare. If you watch Robin's streams, because he streams Tuesdays and Thursdays, you can check him out. He also streams Final Fantasy and other video games too. Nice guy, love him, death. Love him to death. Yes, okay. Need to enunciate that. Love him, death. Wow. Enunciate. Don't get silent there, Kibs, you monkey. Otherwise it sounds like love death. It's like, that's a bit weird. Either way, he might like banana pizza, which is a cardinal sin, but, you know, they can't all be winners. But the thing is, right, he's having a really, like, interesting time figuring out all those problems, because they are interesting problems. I barely know what I'm watching when I'm listening to him while I work, because it's like, what the hell is going on? Like, some of the stuff is so weird. It's like, oh, this thing is broke because he did that, and it's like my head doesn't wrap around it. That's also because I'm not a programmer. I'm like an architect. They're the engineers and the architects, you know. And the engineers often want to strangle the architects. You know, just how it is. That's just nature. That's why I'm far away. That's why. Nice and safe. I just remember one time when Robin was saying, it was a joking thing, like, something along the lines like, you could have, something, oh fuck, now I'm gonna mess up the quote. I have the idea right. Something along the line like, you couldn't just make like a simple RPG or something like that. At least I think it was him. No, I couldn't. We gotta make the dream game. Because the thing is, actually, fun fact, when Tyler and I were trying to start Battle Damage Studios for eons, right? One of the difficult things we ran into was actually figuring out how to make games. True. Like, how to do it, right? And one of those things that we ran into was just simply, like, figuring out, like, how to make something complex. Like, it's very difficult to describe. I'm trying to wrap my head around it, too. Like, the thought process we had back then, because back then was very different. Lacking understandings. Well, let me reference Project Tab. Project TAB is a project in Battle Damage Studios folder, which is the dumbest thing ever, and I hate it, and it'll stay there forever. Tab is short for The Adventures of Bloopy. It's the worst name ever, I know. And it's a physics puzzles game based on water mechanics, for, like, you know, phone games or whatever, because it was popular at the time, because phones recently had physics water games and stuff like that, and all sorts of weird things you saw on the phone being popular, because that was when the Clash of Clans was blowing up and Angry Birds or whatever it was called, and then a bunch of other ones. And so we were trying to make like a simple game that we could construct and make in a reasonable time frame. And the idea with Tab was it was an inside joke, because somebody had mentioned in one of the dev meetings, like, oh, get your feet wet. It's like, okay, and like, huh, get your feet wet, let's make a game like Tab, Bloopy, water, ha ha ha, very funny. And like, it's not that funny, I hate it. And so we tried, and we failed at that one too. We got far on that one, though. Like, as far as the design docs, coding-wise, I don't think we made any grounds. And that just simply stemmed from the fact that, at the time, and the programmers we had, and Tyler, because we're all in high school, right? We just didn't know anything. Simply put, we had no idea what we were doing. We didn't know how to do the things we wanted to do, and when we monkeyed the programming side, like the programming side just was like a brick wall. That was the problem with all the early designs. High school, middle school, and elementary, especially in elementary, had other problems. Because lacking of understanding of several dozen other principled things, even on the writing department. But by middle school, the grand concept started to make a lot more sense. High school is when things were starting to make better cohesive visions narratively. That's when things started to really come into focus. That's when second edition Mixers project was in existence. Because second edition emerged from middle school. Second edition was so much cooler than the first one, because the first one was basically like Star Wars and Halos reskinned. Actually, no, not reskinned. I'm sorry. Literally. Because I think we literally had, like, anything Tyler and I as little kids thought was cool. Like, Dawn of War Space Marines. Right-click copy. Right-click paste. Right-click. It's like, I really like the Halo rings. Right-click copy. Right. Oh, it's more of like a childish thing. But it all sprang from that. And by middle school, after I was reviewing those notes and stuff, I'd really started to grow up by that point. And I was like, this isn't going to make sense. Lord of Possum 22 said, Kyle, are you ready for the snow? What snow? What are you talking about? And he also donated $2 to say, Our Trap's gay. Thank you for the donation. I'm going to read supers real quick. Dev is fat, says Lord of Possum for 100 bits. Thank you for the 100 bits. Lord of Bits. Lord of Possums donates a bit to say. Dev is helping. I read that. I missed the other one. Fuck. Oh my god. Get a real cat donates a bit to say, don't forget to change. You know what? Kibs, you're clicking on them now. That way you know you've read them. It has that feature. I just never use it. We're doing that now. There we go. Are you ready? Don't forget to change your mind after the fact. You're not a real architect. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. Actually, I studied other people I admired. Also, well, admired as in looked. It's like looking at the Titanic. I admire the Titanic because it's romantic and how it, sank. It's like, oh, it's sad. All the people are dead. Weep. It's a weird sense of romanticism, but whatever. Lord of Opossum donates $10 to say, did you see how diverse the new Halo show will be? I don't care about how diverse it is. That doesn't matter to me. What does matter to me, though, is the fact that, okay, the first thing, it's an alternate universe. That's stupid. I don't care. The second thing is, Maquis or whatever, like, why is a human fighting alongside the Covenant? That is a huge lore break. The Covenant would never fight alongside humans, especially during the Human-Covenant War. Cringe. Cringe, 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 cringe. Halo lore has gone straight downhill since 3. Downhill and off a cliff. 3 was peak Halo. Everything else has been a slow downward spiral. And I'm right about that. And I hurt my pinky by doing that. No. And then what's the other thing? Oh, yeah. The suits and the costume designs look awful. I'm gonna level with you and be realistic here, okay? Stop adapting video games into any sort of real-life adaptations. It's not good. It doesn't make the cut. Books might work, like Lord of the Rings, but Halo, it just makes me want to puke. It looks like garbage. If it's a video game and it's 3D and it has CG cutscenes, like in Halo 2, just make it like the Halo 2 cutscenes. CGI. That level of CGI. Perfect. That's all I want. If I get a video game adaptation of Legend of Terrestrial, I don't want a real-life adaptation because that'd be cringe. I want an anime adaptation that is respective of the original art style. It needs to look like this, but in animation format. It needs to respect the source material. I don't want somebody to piss into my mouth as I'm making this, like, oh, thanks. Very, very delicious. Thank you for pissing on everything we have built. Because that's how the Halo people probably feel. Halo 3 and Reach live-action trailers were awesome. They were okay. Let's be real here. The Reach one, where she's running with the little stupid Cortana box, like, that's not that cool. It looks kind of stupid. Like, the armor doesn't look good in real life. It would look better in a CGI cutscene. Understand what I say, Nescient, is right, and that you are wrong. You were wrong. I'm sorry, I just amuse myself too easily there. You can like Reach or whatever. You can be wrong if you want, Nessian, but you know I'm right. Deep down inside, there's a part of you that's like, yeah, Kibs is basically right about that. In fact, entirely. Not even basically. Completely and fully. Thank you. Hey, that's not to say there aren't good things about those things, though. Like, Halo Reach has some pretty cool music. It's not very Halo, but it's got some very slow and somberly tracks that are nice. And ODST also has some nice music, but that's really not Halo at all. Like, that music is terrible Halo music, but good music, though. Terrible Halo music, but good music. I didn't know you were in my team. Live action is green. Says Inquisitor Matthews. Generally, when I want an adaptation of something, I want it to be respectful of the source material, and I have a very idealistic mindset when it comes to this. I very much believe, personally, that, like, if Warhammer gets a film adaptation, it should be like Dawn of War. Because the extended media has often portrayed it in CGI cutscenes, like the Dawn of War one, and I would say even stylized like Dawn of War 1, where they have big, chunky shoulders, and they're stylized. Or even if, let's say, they made a Warhammer Fantasy movie or show, I want it stylized like the cinematics, not from Total War Warhammer, because those are kind of Play-Doh-y looking. I would actually ask them to style it after Mark of Chaos, because Mark of Chaos has this absolutely gorgeous intro. It really makes my heart move when I look at it, because it makes me happy. Look at it. I'll pull it up for you. Mark of Chaos. So good. It must be loved and rejoiced. Alright, Wrath of the Firstborn. I know Rhea's about to do some dramatic shit, but that's gotta wait. Look at this. Look at it. Look at that. We are looking. It's grim. It's not grimdark, but it is grim.
Of chaos, though leaderless, continue to taint the northlands of the Empire. Vicious warriors attack merchant caravans and raid isolated farms and villages. The Emperor's battle-weary soldiers patrol forests and hills, ever vigilant against bloodthirsty warbands intent on looting and slaughter.
Pretty good, huh?
There is
Then he goes like, you chaos marks it show. It's like, the title of the game, the title. Oh no. But see, there's so much soul in that. There's so much spirit and charm. You can really feel it because it's very reflective of this original source that Warhammer was, this sort of dark fantasy. Yeah, you know, let's be honest, Games Workshop did, you know, steal blatantly from others, and the original creators were a little bit lazy when it came to a lot of stuff. But as time went on, it began to develop a soul. Because originally it was very much potato. But and it really had this nice sense of just like darkness to it. But also a little bit of hope, a pinch of hope, a smithering of that. And I always respect that part because it's like, because Grimdark I always find to be just potatoey, because it's like, okay, Grimdark, it's always going to be Grimdark. That means it stunted story growth. That's why Warhammer 40k works, because the story wasn't going anywhere. Because, well, you don't need to if it's Grimdark, because it's perpetually awful. The thing with Warhammer Fantasy is it wasn't always awful. There was a glimmer of hope that humanity could, in fact, or the other races could beat back, you know, the tides of darkness, tides of chaos. There was a hope, a glimmer. It was very bleak, but it definitely wasn't grimdark. It was just dark fantasy, and it was great. It was perfect. And now every other friggin' company out there is ruining the word hope, a perfectly beautiful word that yet again gets raped. So thank you, Disney. There's so many good words. Like the word toxic is a beautiful word. It's like, I love the toxin general, you know, from generals. And now that word just gets violated in front of me every day. It's like, damn, that's terrible. That's not good. Toxin general does not approve. Oh, the toxins in generals always looked weird. They're like weird, fluffy ground textures. I'm not quite sure. But either way, I digress. I just found that to be rather interesting. And when it comes to Warhammer, like, that was the part of Warhammer Fantasy that drew me in. Yeah, Warhammer Fantasy, you know, Mark of Chaos wasn't a great game. It was a deeply flawed game. But it had captured the essence of what Warhammer was at the time, and the art style very well, too. Good enough to the point that it sold me. That's also why I got into it during the end times. And you all know where that went. Out into the gutter, where it belongs. Get a real look at 25-bit say, if they made Toxic Crusaders today, it would be very, very different show. Lol. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know what that is, but I know it'd be different. Toxic always reminds me of that old Britney Spears song. Well, thank you for sharing, Rebert. Oh my goodness. That sounds awful. Boop. I didn't really start paying much attention to fantasy till the Skaven RP, and it still does seem fun. Honestly, when it comes to Games Workshop and their IP, I would still recommend people look at it, but I would recommend not getting invested in it. Because it's honestly not a good idea to get invested into it. That's not to say there aren't good and redeeming qualities about it, because there sure as hell are. But we need to be honest. We can't lie to ourselves and tell us that, you know, Space Marines are cool because they're big and chunky and they're going to kill bad guys. Because the reality is they're not going to, because they're the bad guys now, and you're the bad guys for liking them. For liking a fictitious faction, might I add. They aren't even real. But you're a Nazi for liking them. Oh my god. Oh, imagine if we played Star Wars Empire at War and we're playing as the Empire and somebody comes and is like, fascist. What? It's like, boy, it's just a video game. Like, you basically just committed the Holocaust. It's like in a video game, yes. But in reality, no. People aren't very intelligent, and this is what I've been trying to tell you for the better half of forever. The vast majority of casuals aren't intelligent because they choose not to be. It's a choice they make by not reading, because then they don't get involved. And then the tiny little minority of screaming little crybabies are the ones that ruin everything, because the casuals will be like, what, it does? But they won't, check into it because they barely care. And you can't really fault them. Like, I don't care that much either. But then it gets to a point where that rolling ball or that rolling stone thingy rolls over that guy next to you, and you're like, okay, I think it's time to stop as it's crushing you. When is GW going to be cancelled for trying to sell fiascism to the masses? Well, as long as they tout the party line, no, they probably won't. But maybe. Let's see, I wouldn't mind playing Imperial Agents in Star Wars. Imperial Agents are cool. Wasn't the genocide option in Terrestrial? I want a genocide option in Terrestrial. You'll get whatever options I give you and like it. Now that's true. Oh my goodness. It's true, Chan. You can't stop me. You're like, oh no, he's actually right. Whatever options Kibs gives us in game is all the options we get. See, that's the way you kind of have to look at it. Because that's the way I look at video games now. Like, my mindset has changed when I look at them. And I still enjoy a lot of video games, but I have a shorter threshold for garbage now. Where if I play a game, I'm like, there's no, like, the gameplay's poopy, and, like, the decisions are very forced. Like, that's not good. Like, when I play a game and I play as a character, and the game has a somewhat pre-written character, but it gives me a decision that makes no sense, that breaks the character, I look at that and go, like, like, that's very, like, that's very weird that this character would make that decision. Should they be able to make decisions? Yes. Should they be able to make the wrong decisions? Hell yes. That's even better. The wrong decisions are often the fun decisions because they're the most interesting, because they open up different possibilities, and those ones are the most fun to write, in my opinion. But I do think that you need to level it a little bit, because otherwise everything's just an absurdity. Because if you ever play a BioWare game, the decisions are blue or they are red or they're white, right? You know, it's like, white is neutral, the blue is like, it's just overtly good, and red is just overtly bad. Like, there needs to be, like, I don't like that binary writing system. I kind of, even though it's actually a binary, not trinary, triple I don't know. Got 3 options, technically, with tie-ins after each dialogue line, if I remember right. Because that's how that works, because I played with dialogue writing software, and I've experimented with the Cupcake Test, so I have a good understanding. The Cupcake Test, for those who are not aware, was a series of dialogue tests that were construed for Legends of Terrestrial, and whether I could get a cupcake. It ranged from absurdity to just, you know, here's a cupcake. Here's a cupcake. The tie-ins were weird, though. Because sometimes you'd be like, okay, because it's like, how far can you push it? How many dialogue options can you go branching-wise before you need to tie back into a main line? And that's what the cupcake, it was a test or experiment was. It was mostly just me, like, learning myself through just experimentation. And all the Cupcake Test taught me is that I'm scared about writing dialogue. That's the one thing I'm worried about. Dialogue is tricky. Because you gotta act it out. You really do. Internally. It has to be. Will you choose the red ending or the blue ending? Or guess the green ending? Basically. We thought SM were the good guys. Everyone was a BE. There are no real good guys, technically, but I don't care. If I want to think that they're the good guys, I can think that they're the good guys. I mean, they kill demons, you know? That's good enough for me. That's good. Goodbye, Yaska. Have a good sleep. See you later. I gets no cupcake. Yes, basically the Cupcake Test was just determining, like, whether she got the cupcake or not. Those were the 2 actual endings to the dialogue chain. But it was, the question was, how, okay, so at a beginning, you know, beginning point, where it's like, you get the cupcake, and then you have the end point, and then she does get the cupcake, or she doesn't get the cupcake. And it was all about branching dialogues, like yes or no, and then, like, how does the character respond? So how does Nezra tell her? How does Rhea tell her? How would her father tell her? You know, and how would the responses in that conversation be? You know? It is rather tricksy, because video game dialogue isn't so simple, especially when it's choices, because it does have to lead to tie-ins, because there are 2 actual narrative elements that matter. She receives the cupcake, i.e. she gets a game item, or B, she doesn't receive the cupcake, i.e. she doesn't get the game item. And then, referentials. Further on in the dialogue or the story, is this story element referenced later? does it matter? Do other characters remember this event? Was it significant enough? Was there an argument that came up? Did bringing up the cupcake bring up like a weird point of contention with Nezra and, you know, the distancing thing? Like, is there... And it segued into that, which led into a problem, and that problem then was going to be bubbling up later. The cupcake itself wasn't the actual issue. It was actually the characters and their relationships with one another. Nezra wanted a closer relationship with her siblings, but, you know, due to her position, was not allowed to have those things. And so that was an interesting thing. But I always like calling it the Cupcake Test because it's funny. Lord of the Opossums donates $2 to say, Kyle, will you give us the Mass Effect 3 ending? No. I already have the basic endings pre-planned, as in I'm ready to go with those. And I already have written what they do in universe based on what they are. Because the problem is Legends of Terrestrial is part of a greater story. In fact, it's based off a cliff note of the original story. And then we expanded on it. So basically, you know, not to spoil, because I'm trying to figure out how to word this without spoiling, but basically it's like a story element that was originally a backstory for something else, and a brief mention, then it got expanded to being its own story, and then the whole thing blew up into like its own unique dynamic. So it was always part of a bigger plan, but I made sure that whatever you did in this game actually does matter in the greater continuity of the future projects. And I actually talked with my programmer several times. I still have to talk to him more about how that works programmatically, because I don't know. I need to figure out, because I need to make sure the programmers are making sure that the game mechanically is actually, like, checkboxes are ticked. So if player does, you know, kills character C, you know, it needs to be relevant for this segment, and this segment needs to trigger that these dialogue lines trigger instead of the other ones, that this character does this instead, that this quest line triggers and activates instead of that quest line to supplant it because that other quest line was related to that character, or something of that nature. We basically had to do all that stuff. It was all about figuring it out, figuring out how to make the check marks matter. And I actually don't fully know if the programmers have a solution for that, because that's actually on the back burner. Because technically there's like a list of things I handed the programmers, right? And then they handed me back a list of things to redo or check again to make sure that the designs are filled out correctly and blah, 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 you know, all the usual stuff. And so I have to go through that list. I'm still currently doing the magic stuff again. And because we started doing the magic stuff, I redid some of the Illumine lore, as in I cleaned it up and polished it off, because it was a little dusty and there were some incorrect things that weren't fully ironed out, because we made the magic system super hard-coded, but I need to loosen it a little bit, because if you tighten the screws too much, what happens is you constrain yourself into a corner. Magic needs to be ruled by laws and order, and have an actual resource in which to draw from, because it is its own resource. It's like nuclear power, you know, it has its own rules that it operates by. But I also need it to be flexible so that it can do the things it needs to do mechanically in a game, and as well as in lore. Otherwise, it's like, it creates electricity. And it's like, okay, then what else? It's like, it's all it does. Oh, no. Next game, it will be a sci-fi game called Photon Aspect. You're getting there. You're getting close. The name, not so much. He's like, I thought it was a joke, though. Black Kibs win. There is a Black Kibs. I made him, actually. I make Black Bugs, too. We did a African campaign in Rome, too. It was very funny. Oh, I can't remember where I put the art, though. It's really good, though. Somebody finds it. You should send it to me. I will post it. Okay, let's read some chat things. I ramble too much, and I miss a lot of good questions and commentary that chat has. Because you guys contribute just as much as I do to these streams. Make sure to tell promises like Todd Howard. No promises. I make none. Well, I make some. Some that there will be a game. But it's important to always be honest with your audience, especially because, you know, they're the people who fund the game. So they need to know, like, yes, I did convince the team to add the warfare mode. I very much believe the warfare mode adds a considerable amount of content, as well as it is, I think, a very integral part of the game. I think if we negate to have an actual warfare mechanic, that we've actually failed. This channel has a blackface history? It does. Oh, yes, it does. I made one thumbnail. It was glorious. It was back when Bubbles was a bubble. I made him as a black bubble, and then I made Aerith as black Aerith. It's friggin' fantastic, and I love it. I need to find it, though. She looks so buff. I had recently figured out a technique on how to draw buff muscle, like, chins and jawlines, and I was really enjoying it. It's like a simple trick with just lines, and it just, like, it really emphasizes the cheekbone, so it just looks tough. Like Squidward. Like some of the Squidward art, where he looks like a tough, like, macho man. I don't remember the specific piece in question, but I think I do like it. Just say fuck you, it's magic, and have fun. Have a field day. I don't want to say fuck you, it's magic, because I don't want magic. I want a Lumine. That's why I made it. Excuse me, hiccups. Will there be dialogue choices in nearly every conversation, like in a BioWare game, or will there only be will they only be available for pivotal? I'm having a hard time speaking. Story elements, like in some JRPGs. That is actually a good question, Emu, and that is something we're actually looking at right now. One, we're gonna try both in the internal testing. I'll see where it goes from there. Personally, I think I kind of agree with I think it was Bubbles. Don't quote me on that. I think it was Bubbles who suggested that we should probably just, like, we can try adding more dialogue conversational options, but the problem with it is the more we add, the less good the more that's just not going to make sense, because certain things characters just wouldn't say. So it's all about, like, we got to figure out how it works, what's needed, is it good, right? And because these characters are very pre-established, and they're all being, like, you'll at some point in the game you'll play as Aya, at some point in the game you'll play as Rhea, just for an example, and so you will be popping perspectives based on what's happening in the story. So it's one of those things where it's like, well, is a list of dialogue options more preferable, and is it good, or is it better to have only the options be prevalent when it's an important decision, like some JRPGs, like you mentioned? And that is a good question. That is something that I'm going to have to continue to work on. That is more so. I do think there will be dialogue options, though. I think it's actually going to be a bit of both, if I had to be honest with you. Because I'm kind of leaning on the hybrid side, because certain side quests are going to lend themselves a lot better to more drastic, like, variation in decisions, because they're compartmentalized. Because some side quests are compartmentalized to a region, right? That's how I've been building the game. If you've seen this art here, this is actually a prototype of the main menu. And this main menu, like, there's several things wrong with it, like the tower and the sun, because actually where the Port of Pyria faces exiting out isn't actually, like, right there. The sun shouldn't be there, and the towers should actually be a little bit more closed. The wall goes out a bit further. There's certain adjustments that are being made to it, right? And then on the right-hand side, there's a city, more of the cityscape, which is on the other side of the river, and, the temple, but the temple's actually built up higher, so it's not too low on the ground, and there's a lot of the nobler, more wealthier houses over there, so they'll need to be raised. Like, Sala's currently doing the architecture for the noble buildings right now, and all that, and as well as the palace. So it's going to take some time. Fortunately, we have architects on our team. Or not architects, engineers. Actually, a mixture of both, I think. So we have a little bit of both, where they're kind of somewhat thinking out the structures. Some of the structures, like the Temple of Helios, has some problems when it comes to its structural design, if I remember right. And that's purely based on some of the pillars. That can be adjusted later, but I'd like to make the building somewhat grounded. I'm a bit tismy that way, but oh well. I want the building to be somewhat grounded. We can have fantasy buildings, but I don't want it to be absurd. That way, when is like big buildings, like, a Hagia Sophia, or, a Colosseum, or any other wonder of the world, it's actually more impressive in world, because it is a testament to the architects and the engineers and the, probably depends on the culture, slaves or countless workers that built it. because the pyramids were built by countless slaves, along with the Chinese wall. But that also took a long time to build. Play Daggerfall. Unity is Kino. I know Daggerfall is bad, but I still like it. Daggerfall's not bad. I have said that Daggerfall is certainly aged. For a person like me, it's hard for me to play a game like that. I can play it, but it's one of those games like it wears on me a lot more. Oi. Actually, you're right, AWL. AWL is right. Curb the politics a little bit, champ. Just a pinch. It's already bad enough that I get, stepped on by YouTube as is. I got their boot on my neck half the time. Emu4286 says, I'd agree that Paul, oh my god, dumb Kib. The dialogue choices should be limited, so that they don't allow an established character to make clearly out-of-character choices. I got that abbreviation easy. To be fair, I have used that one, though. I also believe the pyramids were built by volunteers, too. I mean, they probably were built by both. They're way too big. It was probably mixed workforce, if I had to guess. But we're not going to get into how the pyramids were built, because I haven't actually properly read up on it. I only know some cursory stuff about it. Because as a kid, I had one of those Scholastic books back when they were based. Or no, was it? I don't think it's Scholastic. It's one of those big books that my dad used to buy me, because they were huge, right? I don't know why. They were just super tall and super wide. And they were just huge books about just weird things. Like, one was about, like, the Titanic and various ships and stuff, and I went through it page by page, and it had ship designs. One was about trains, and it had different trains, war trains in it. The war trains part was cool. And then another one was about, like, ancient wonders. I had a castle book about castles. I had a lot of weird books. I also had a bunch of World War II and Civil War battlefield books, or whatever they're called, where it shows troop movements and stuff like that. Talks about division organization and whatnot. I do not know why, but as a little kid I read those things, and I thought they were really cool. But those big books were always interesting. Because they were better than the other books. Because all the little kids would be reading, like, weird little poem books, and I was like, that's boring. Like, I remember elementary, I had, Felix and Gotrek, the omnibus, the big one, and I just, like, smacked that on my desk and just read it. Oh my goodness. Every other kid, like, would grab, like, magazine or, like, a comic book. There's me with this retardedly big book. Oh, I also had Star Wars books and stuff like that. Cool stuff. How big is the Mixers universe? How big is it? In terms of how much work has been done, not much. Work-wise, not a lot, to be brutally honest. Nowhere near that much in comparison to a lot of others. Like, if we were to compare it to established media like Star Wars, Warhammer, and other things, puny, like a little speck. It's like, it has a long way to go. Growth room, growth ceiling, how big is the universe, like, in terms of how big the story is colossal. Probably bigger than some of those aforementioned IPs in terms of how big the story is. That was the problem, though. Tyler and I came up with this really cool big space epic thingy, and then we're like, wait, this is ridiculous and absurd. We need to downscale, and we need to do something else. And so we just basically grabbed 2nd edition, we threw it in a box, and we're like, that's not canon anymore. Let's make a different story. But it set it in the same universe. Start over, again. This time, smaller. Not so big, not so crazy. Not with so many characters. It's like, to equate what 2nd edition was, problem is I lost so much, because most of it was digital. A lot of it was. A fair few bits were written down on pieces of paper, but a lot of it's just unfortunately gone. Because I have looked for some of it and I can't find it. It's kind of like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It's very big. And that's one of the problems. One of the problems with the early 2nd edition is there's too many characters that have too much going on about them, when it could actually be handed off to other characters. There's actually a fair few instances where that happens. And I'm going to chalk that up to laziness. Because when we were little kids, coming up with this stuff, like, it was just easier to have one character do all the heavy lifting, when it should actually have been some other character doing it because it would have been more fitting for them to do it and stuff like that. There's a lot I'd change, but it's very big. In terms of scale and plan, oh, it's planned to be huge. But it's, to be realistic, let's not be absurd here, right? I'm going to keep it pretty scoped. I'm going to make a video game. I've got the tabletop in development thanks to Baffy. Oh, thank God for him. It's so cool. But, and then we're going to do that, right? And beyond that, like, it's really just those two things right now. There's obviously a second game that I have planned. That's called Project Number 2. But to be brutally honest with you guys, I don't really put much thought into it or energy because, well, it doesn't really matter right now. The only thing I did was pre-plan. And this was the most important thing. And laying the foundations was important so that the story has tethers and connections, and those unfinished threads all make sense and can be used again later. Okay, I've noticed. I'll turn it back on. I know sometimes you need a little bit of background music. Don't worry, we've got a new track coming soon. Robert's working hard. Soon TM, that's what we'll do. Yes, Aya drives an Irby. I mean, she wouldn't probably mind. It's a giant friggin' mech. Though, to be fair, I'd be like, what would they even think of that? I don't even know. See, they're not Greek, so they don't really have, like, Titan mythos things going on. But they'd be like, some weird construct. Probably, if I had to guess, it would probably be like some sort of remnant from the old Pantheon. Or the previous Pantheon. Emu says, I have a couple of those Star Wars books. Star Wars Incredible Cross-Section books. Oh, yes, those are amazing. Those are still pretty cool, even if the tech is fantasy nonsense. It is fantasy nonsense. I've got the Attack of the Clones one, and I've got a couple other ones. I never got the Revenge of the Sith one, and that absolutely fucking bothered me as a kid. Because I absolutely love Revenge of the Sith. Is Revenge of the Sith great? No. It's good, at best. And it's deeply flawed. But you know what? I don't care. I love it. We'll have more battle game music, too. This is actually... Robert made this track. We're going to put it into the thing. The combat prototype. So when we hand out the combat prototype, people can play the game. But this will be like the music that plays. That's also why we're having them working on the main menu music. Hard-working noises. Disco's just whipping Robert in the background. Where did the gods come from in Terrestrial? Where did they come from? I can't tell you the squeakrits, but what I can tell you is the founding myths and stuff about some of them. I should be careful. Because otherwise it's going to take out some of the fun, though. Because actually, the thing is, let me explain this. In Chapter 1, you play... Hold on, I need to think about this before I say anything. Because this is actually an important question. There's actually information we've already given out, but I want to, like, lay it out in my head, piece by piece. So in Chapter 1, you play as Aya. Like, you already know that. That's nothing new. But one of the big things in there that isn't a big secret either is that it is also Aya's coming-of-age thing in Terrestrian culture, which is part of a religious ceremony that speak. Part of the coming-of-age thing is there's normally, like, a religious practice in the Celestial Order. You normally, find a deity that becomes your personal, sort of, not personal, but like your patron deity. And you can also change this later on in life if you go to the temple and you pay your respects and pay your bills, basically. But you can, they choose a deity of the new Starborn Pantheon that sort of like represents them. Now they still worship the other gods and goddesses, but they're the, like, I forget the word. It's like the patron god of that person or whatever. But her coming of age ceremony's up, and because her family's rich and because they're, very powerful and influential, her pilgrimage will not be to like a local temple or one of the regional big temples. It'll actually be to one of the greatest temples on Mount Helios. Not Mount Helios, Mount Helios, but the one is called the Temple of Helios, which is an ancient-ass temple that was built during the Astrian Republic days and was actually a temple to the original Pantheon, but during the Kanar Civil War, basically, actually ended up becoming the new head place for the new faith, the Starborn Pantheon. So that's why I went there. Because the Celestial Order technically didn't change, per se. It's just all the former people that worked there are dead. And the new people that took over, took over. Because the whole Kanar era thing is basically a civil war, both in the lore for, like, the physical territory itself, with Kanar and the other great families. But then there's the whole myth about... oh god, what's his name? I forget the god's name all the time. He kills Orestios. Orestios is the old god, the old king of the gods. He kills Orestios, and he kills a lot of the other gods, brutally murders them, basically. And it's because they've all been corrupted. And so he is purging the heavens of corruption itself, and then he basically has a bunch of children with mortal women. These become the Starborn Pantheon because he hides them amongst the stars. And then when they come to take power, basically, they learn what their father did, and they're like, well, you're an old one, you're corrupt too. And so they imprison him instead of killing him, and he's imprisoned in the heart of Terrestrial, allegedly, as the story goes. That's why the Helion has one of the mirror aspects of the Spear of Truth, which was made by Festos. I believe Festos is the ancient god for brilliance, or the god of brilliance, I think. Oh, I'm trying to remember all their names. There's so many. Oh god. Either way, like, it's the fluffy dragon. That's the fluffy dragon thing that guards the heart of Terrestrial, that makes sure that the corrupt god doesn't leave. But is he corrupt? Is he not? Nobody knows. Big thinkies. That's the mythos, anyways. And then there's the whole thing about the Silver Prophet, the one who told them all this, the hermit in the mountain, who told Kanar that when he fled. Because he basically rambled on about, like, a bunch of stuff. And he was the one who helped guided him into, like, helping with a lot of problems, as well as he gave him the secrets of iron. Because iron would be discovered with him, and then later, that's how they transition from bronze to iron. Is it similar to Zeus killing the Titans? No. It's basically Orestios' brother going on I think it's his brother. I'd have to check the family tree again. Because I haven't worked on that older lore in a while. But basically he goes on a murder spree. Just a little bit. He doesn't kill everyone, though. Some of the old gods actually do live in the new Starborn Pantheon. They were adopted into the new Pantheon. I think the sons of Orestios, the son and daughter of Orestios, I think they're dead. Yeah, fuck. I need to open it up. I'll just open it up on the side. I'm not going to stream it because I don't want to share it. Don't want to share the art yet because some of it's a surprise. And I need to surprise you, and then go like, surprise, and be like, well. And then you'll forget like 5 minutes later. You might. There's Orestios. There's Esri, fertility goddess. She's dead, I think. Wayward god Calestios. He's alive. He's alive. God of seasons and time. Tamanero. He's dead, if I remember right. Goddess of Ciania. Yeah, god of brilliance, Festo. Oh crap. Maybe I mixed up Festo with the other guy. Uh-oh. No, wait, I think that is Festo. Oh man, Tamanero looks pretty cool. Though I think Calestios is cooler. I can't show you. Sorry. Sorry. Oh crap. No. I think the spear is made by Festo. Because the god of engineering is Altair. He is different. And then there's Odessa. Odessa is the queen of the gods. She is married to him. Orestios also isn't like Zeus. He doesn't bang everything in his sight, sadly. Sadly, Chan, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Apologizes. He's just not horny enough, chat. We need more horny. Ezra, that's the goddess of death. Or was the goddess of death. Oh, Thorgos. He's pretty cool. Yeah, you like Thorgos. His arm's not there anymore. But he's got a spear. Or no. A shield. A shield there. It just floats. Just floats. Altair, like from Assassin's Creed? I mean, it's pronounced similarly, but it's not spelt similarly. And sadly, Altair isn't an assassin. He's not going to hop around and do cool stuff, because that's back when Assassin's Creed was Neato Cheeto. Actually, first Assassin's Creed isn't the best in my opinion. Still good, though. I think 2 and Brotherhood were my favorite, if I had to be honest. But that's my perspective. And then Black Flag was pretty good. I did like the Revelations a little bit, but the part I didn't like about Revelations was the fact that the Eastern Romans were portrayed as evil. I thought that was lame. Like, the Eastern Romans are the Templars. I'm like, that's stupid. That's lame. Like, no Eastern Romans are good. At least that's what I remember from the story. Celeste is a demon child, I'm calling it. What is with you people and thinking she's a demon? Oh my god. Oh my. I make one joke. And all of a sudden she's a murderer. I know you made the lore on who made the musket. I don't have... Oh, you mean the matchlocks? That I can't tell you. Because that's actually part of the game. Or maybe I could. Who made it first? See, that's the problem, though, with some of the technologies, because especially, I think... Was it the matchlock, actually? I think the matchlock is the one where there's actually multiple people that claim to be the original creator of it. It's also still pretty new, and so information travels slowly. He's not Paimon. Celeste. Paimon's retarded. Celeste is actually intelligent, okay? For her age. The assassin's supposed to be Muslim, so I can see the issue. No, Eastern Remans were misunderstood. Misunderstood. Gets annexed slowly by Turks. Oh my god. Oh, I just meme myself. I keep thinking she's a time traveler because of her clothes, but don't know. It's just the art direction. Wow. Wow, giggles. I'm gonna have to send people to shoot you in the head. No. Giggies! Alright, giggles. Look. Listen. I've already said there's no silly time travel. Mostly because I just want to make that point clear. No time travel stuff. Are there gods and prophecies and stuff? Yes, there's lots of those. Are there gods of time? Yes, but it's not like of gods of reversing time. Like Temenero, for example. Temenero couldn't reverse time. Temenero was sort of like, I forget what the techno phrase. You could see many possibilities, but it was basically like educated guesses. Pretty educated. But not omnipotent. Because omnipotency for gods in this universe would be really lame. Because they'd be too smart and too powerful. You need to level your baddies. So your baddies have to have skill to be good. At least I like my bad guys to be intelligent and remarkably skilled. And sometimes just as competent as the protagonist. Because that way it's a real challenge. To be fair, Revelations also showed the Ottoman Sultan being a dick too. I mean, he was like, I'm an Ottoman Sultan, bro. And it's like, cringe. See, if they actually made an Assassin's Creed game where I could see my past ancestors, here's what I'd probably see them doing. It'd just be like farmers in Europe or something. Just be like farmers. Be like, oh my, I'm a peasant. Oh yay. Oh yay. I actually don't know what they'd be doing. The problem is my line comes from a bastard line, if I remember right. And that's a recent thing. So I don't really know where my legacy goes on my dad's side, but I do know on my mom's side. But who really cares about that crap? Because it's not like that's going to help me make this game. It's true. Fact. Science. Oh my god, too many people typing. Slow down, I can't read fast. I'm retarded, chat. No. It's okay for me to say that, Twitch, because I am... Can't prove it. But I can. No kidding. Does Terrestrial have printing press level technology? I don't think so. Why do I say I don't think so? Because I haven't gotten to that specific technology yet. See, I'm currently working on agriculture a little still. And this is one of those things that I wanted to have finished sooner. But the problem is the Kanar storyline required me to also understand what the agricultural level was 1,000 years before the game started. So I had to go back and be like, okay, irrigation, crop rotation, what do we got going on here, right? Like windmills. Windmills are extremely advanced, you know, technology pieces, because windmill means you've harvested wind power. And understanding that is a huge help, because otherwise it's watermill. Oh my god, I have so much more reading to do on agriculture. This is where I'm probably going to look at Bubs and be like, Bubs, you know lots of random facts about weird shit. Help. That's often what happens with these technological questions. But I have some ideas. I think I figured out the Kanar thing. So now I need to go back and finish up the agricultural level for the Astrians. And then we do the neighbors. And then we do who learned from them, who stole from them, or did Astrians steal from others. Because technology and information spreads. People look at them, they're like, wow, I like that. And they're like, copy, paste. Because people did figure it out. Because that's why I spent so much time on the ironworking thing. Because Kanar, yeah, was the first one to disseminate iron information to the blacksmiths. But having bullshit level armor compared to the poor little bronze lads was just cruel and unusual punishment. Especially for his personal retinue. But the whole thing is like, it was super secret for as long as possible. So even though they brought, you know, iron in, and there might have been other smiths that might have known the secrets of iron, but it was like one of those things, you know, where it slowly disseminated because more people knew about it and began, you know, building an army with iron. You know, eventually somebody's going to be bribed, somebody's going to be tortured. That information will leak out at some point, bought out, things like that. And this is actually a great thing I actually learned from Battlesquek. Battlesquek does this too, with mech technology. I know, quite a segue. Battletech, in their lore, mech technology is the same thing. Like, they figure out how to produce mechs, and basically each house, one by one, steals or buys it or bribes or whatever. They acquire it somehow, they copy it, they mimic it. And that's how technology is disseminated. It's, you know, copied or whatever. Like, it's all sorts of stuff. And so Terrestrial, which Battletech is based on reality, and Terrestrial is also based on Terra, so to a degree. So, you know, that sort of similar process happens in Terrestrial. That's with the matchlock weapons. Matchlock weapons are one of the more newer technologies, and so not a lot of nations have disseminated it or even have it. And it's also one of those bits of information that's very closely guarded by the guilds, because Astrian has a guild system. Oh boy. And I'm not talking about like the anime fantasy trope, like, oh, it's a guild. No. I'm talking about like actual craftsman guilds and stuff like that. So you've got the, you know, it's similar to, if you're familiar with more modern things like World War II with Japan and the Zaibatsu problem. It's like that. You've got guild families and stuff like that. And there's competition, and it's quite, you know, severe. Now, Astrian doesn't have a Zaibatsu problem, fortunately. Not yet, anyways. But it's rather interesting, isn't it? I think so. You shall agree with me, chat, or you will be beaten. Starting with AWL. Alright, scroll back because I got tagged. If you would see a lot of incest if you were using your DNA memory to see some action. That'd be cringe. I don't see great-great-great-great-grandpa fuck. That's gross. That's my great-great-great-great-grandma. That's my great-great... Ooh, gross. That's just gross, Chad. Actually gross. I cannot believe you. Kibs taking notes from Chad. Sadly, no. I've actually stopped consumption of other media for the sole purpose of just not actually taking influence from others. Because there comes a point like... See, this one's tricky. So, if you're going to make your own thing, you should look at referential material. You should read books. You should read about history. You should also read other fantasy material and stuff like that. But it's okay to stop doing that for a bit. Once you have enough information, process it, digest it, sit on it, mull it over a little bit, you know? Get a feel for it. Once you have an idea of what you dissect it enough, you get to the core of what it is, you take that core piece and then you just brush off all the other stuff, you know, that makes it, you know, whatever that thing was once before, and now you have that core idea, pure and untouched with other things. And then you're like, it's mine now, and you put in your thing. And no one will ever know. No. Best part. One stram under Kibs to rule. Pretty much. My ears itch, but I will not scratch them because I have headphones on. Kibs doesn't like binary, trap confirmed. Kibs doesn't like binary, trap confirmed. Wow, just because I said I didn't like binary dialogue systems. God damn it, guys. Now, I mean solely binary. Like, if there's an option to, like, do... Some decisions are binary, like, are you gonna kill that guy or you're not gonna kill that guy? Like, make up your mind. I'm just saying where it's solely binary, as in all decisions are good and all decisions are bad. Under that color. I don't like that. So in the game we're making, it'll be very much the other way. It'll be... Well, not the other way. There's no other way. It'll have none. There will not be any coloring to the dialogue to tell you what that dialogue is good or bad. Now, if I use color coding, it would be to be like, this dialogue option opens up a trade window. Or this dialogue option closes the dialogue. Maybe something like that, maybe? Yeah. That makes more sense. Like colorizing, like, mechanical ones. But when it comes to actual, like, that, no. Maybe for, like, big pivotal decisions, putting them in bold. But then I feel like that's just telling the player that I don't think they're smart. But maybe they're not. Just like, oh my god. Chad gives educational info. About what? I know what Shadiversity is. I've seen some of his videos, like maybe 12 or so of them. But that's over the course of like my entire life. I don't really watch his content. Not because he's not a good guy. In fact, he's really bubbly and cheery. It's nice, but sometimes it's a bit much even for me. Because it's just I see too much of me in that. And I'm like, I don't want to see me on screen or parts of me. That too excitable, too enthusiastic. When you are that, you'll get a little sick of being that, you know? To the good, but he does make good content, though, by the way. You should check him out. Pretty chill dude. And from the sounds of it, because I know people who talk to him. I haven't met him myself, though. But he sounds like a good folk. A good lad. The good-bad spectrum has issues, because why would you aim for anything except all good or all bad choices? You max one, yes. That was also one of the problems with when I analyzed BioWare and its dialogue systems, was the fact that it actually punished you for actually role-playing a character that would have different opinions of different issues. And how did it punish you, some of you might ask? That's because in BioWare games, it's a tick, a checkbox. Every time you select bad or good option, it enables and unlocks further good or further bad options. So if you try to role-play your character based on what their feelings are on certain issues, you can't. Because the problem is that the character will be like, I can't access that dialogue option because I don't have enough blue points. Like, what the fuck? So it actively punishes you for not committing all for one or all for the other. And that I find to be bad, because that should not be designed that way. That is just making the game needlessly have more replay value than it should. The game shouldn't have replay value because you literally hamstrung the player. Now, let's say there's an option for Aya to fall off a cliff or her eyes get gouged out or something. Yeah, I'm not saying that because that was ever an idea or anything. But... like, what? But let's say there's an option to avoid that thing, right? Where she becomes blinded for whatever reason. Okay, then there should be an option to go that way, but you'll clearly know that you did that and that it was the binary choice thing. rather than it be like, you know, your previous decisions locked you out of getting her from losing her eyes because you didn't choose the right decision. Fuck you. You're like, what the hell? Now, there are certain decisions where your previous decisions should matter, but it's not for a random binary point system. Those decisions should be like, let's say you go to the Federal Republic of Galay and you meet the Archduke of Galay, right? The Archduke, if you're not familiar with the systems of Galay, oh god, so Galay's retarded. I know it's awfully specific because it was an old story idea that was thrown out the window ages ago. She got blinded at some point. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Like, what? Alright, let's see. Not all guilds were cartels and fought wars with kings like that one Sweden guild. Hashtag not all. Well, that's true. The guilds in Astria aren't as... what's the word? Powerful. Maybe. Well, another example of one such company would be the Dutch East Company. Dutch East Trading Company, right? I think that was it. They were incredibly powerful. Hey Kibs, what races will you be introducing in your game? So for races, I wanted to take a step back from Tolkien because I feel like everybody rubs off too much on Tolkien and they take too much from Tolkien. And Tolkien is an amazing writer. He defined fantasy, a modern fantasy. He defined modern elves, he defined modern dwarves, and I hate the people that keep trying to go and like retroactively attack Tolkien for all the things he did. Like, yeah, well, he just stole elves. Well, it's like, okay, yeah, go ahead and look up what old elves were. They were basically eldritch horrors. Like, that's what they were. Elves from Tolkien were changed into our modern conception of elves. Same for dwarves. Like, these things, these old things, weren't that way. He redefined them. Yes, he did take inspiration from those things. Yes, he did, but he changed them. He didn't steal them. He didn't copy them. He made it new. People are so dumb. There's a difference between plagiarism and actually like taking creative liberty with something. Oh my god. It's like if you have a story element in your game where your character defeats a bad guy, like, you just stole that from Star Wars because the other guy defeated the other guy. And it's, oh my god. Yes, the other guy did defeat the other guy. That's a basic concept. Twitter had some great comically evil choices. It did. You could be really evil. Dutch East India Company. Yeah, that's the one. They had little cool floaty boats. He very much was inspired by older folklore, though. That's true. Old elves were almost indistinct from goblins. People are dum-dums. That's true. He gave them very clear, like, things. He also used a few things interchangeably, like goblins and orcs, if I remember right. So they're sort of the same, if I remember right. Could be wrong on that. But either way, so back to your question, like, races, right? So that's basically why I'm like, you know, I'm thinking of, like, not taking orcs, dwarves, or elves, or anything from Tolkien. Instead, I was entirely convinced by Bubbles, actually, to do nothing. To do nothing from anything else. And just stop consuming other media and just sit around for a good month or two and just think about everything. And that's when I came up with the Lumines and the abnormalities and the Giants of Budanois and the God, I can't remember. Faceless ones, the Luminar of Astozi. Remember, okay, so here's the tricky thing. Luminarians are people from Luminar. Normally they're the big Astozi. Astozi are what the race is called, but Astozi often refers to those that aren't of Luminar. Important distinction. Important distinction. Alright. Sonic Nitro donates nothing. I don't know why I said that, because I'm an idiot. I tried out this course on Udemy where you can learn how to create your own species. Udemy. Oh, yes, they allow people to upload random courses. I knew. It's in the sector. It's in the same line of stuff. I see their stuff a lot where I work. Or when I work. A lot. A lot of the times. But, oh god, it's insane. It's just crazy to hear them being talked about by chat. Weird. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the course is. But yeah, creating your own species, right? So that's another question. Like crubs. Now, what's a crub, you might ask? Well, that's a good question. I'm not entirely sure myself. The concept art is vague, to be precise. But basically, it's a giant crustacean. Why? Because I really like giant crustaceans, and I wanted one. And I was like, I want a giant crab. So I made them. And I made an entire fucking race of them. And they're absolutely adorable. They're like cows, but also like horses. Sort of. A little bit. Not really. But kinda. There's an entire culture of the river cities of Amazatek where they actually eat them, you know, use them as food, cultivate them, and ride them around and stuff. Granted, you know, in the rivers, because, you know, their large bodies can't really move outside the water very fast because they're slow. But they're a simple little animal creature. Fairly intelligent, all things considered. But not much smarter than Hershey's. But that's fairly smart, though. You milk crabs? Crab milk. But yes, even the society uses their shells as armor. Rudimentary armor. We have yet to finish designing the river cities. The river cities of Vatsty are really cool because many of the cultures have different ways of surviving in Vatsty, because Vatsty is one of the most inhospitable regions. There's been several attempts throughout the 1,000 years of, well, even before, even by the Giants of Luminar to basically colonize Vatsty, but to little to no success because it's an absolute nightmare. Amazatek, Nelotek, and Nekoya, and those are the major nations, if you could call them that, or empires of Vatsty. And they're on the northern side where it's the least awful. Those are interesting. Nelotek is a weird but yet very interesting history that is quite cool with Luminar, but we'll not talk about it right now. But yeah, they live on the rivers. I know they do in Maztek. I think they do in Nelotek. I haven't worked with them in a while. Nekoya, I know somebody got wrong the other day because like, oh yeah, Nekoya, they're the furry people, and I'm like, the what people? And I think somebody was trying to fuck with me or something because I had no idea what they were talking about. But yeah, they're basically they live in trees, like big tree houses and stuff like that. That's because they don't have access to a lot of rivers over there. It's fairly mountainous, but there's lots of trees. Lots of nasty, 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 nasty things that eat people. Vatsty is most inhospitable. I think there's 2 colonization efforts right now. The Sophian Mercantile Republic has a colony, and the Dominion of Novaria also. No, wait. They don't exist anymore. The Astrian Conclave of Novaria exists now. Yes. Get your timelines right. They have a colony as well. How big are the cities in Terrestrial? Well, they're about equivalent to the cities of our size. Though some are a bit different. Depends on food and other things. Excuse me. But, what? Pyria is how big? It's pretty big. I can't remember off the top of my head. I don't want to say a number because I feel like I'll laughably misguess it. But they're quite big. What is it? Helios. Helios is about the size of Rome. It's pretty big. And again, you have to ask when. And I'd say during Empire, so it's pretty chunky. But it depends on the culture, depends on the civilization, depends on how much food they have access to. Because that definitely helps with growth. Trade too. Will Bubbles be DLC? No DLC plans. Personally, the more I think about it, the more I am against any sort of DLC. Like, I know people will be like, oh, you know, I'd like DLC, because the people do say that, which is weird. I never thought they'd like that stuff. But, like, personally, I just don't, no. I think we'll just make the game. It's going to take a long time to make anyways, so I might as well put everything in it. Why not? Like, that's what the thought I came up when I first thought about doing no DLC. It'll be a complete game. It'll have all the things that it ever was planned to have and more. So it'll be filled out to completion. No cut content. Yes, that will drive up development time, but I think, in my opinion, I think that's well worth it. Because we'll have a much greater product at the end, from a business standpoint, and we'll also, from a passion project standpoint, have the complete vision as well. None of that, oh, well, you know, we had to cut out several quests. Now, if a quest is dumb and it doesn't make sense or it's bad, you bet your ass it's getting cut out. Oh, no, I knocked the bottle over. There's my phone. I lied. Okay, I thought my computer turned off. I was like, no, my reports. That's my work computer behind me. Oh, it went to sleep. Oh my god, Chad, I almost had a heart attack. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, that would have been horrible. Alright, Lord of Opossums donates $2 to say, can you romance any of the races? This game isn't a shipping simulator. Get out of here. Oh my god, Aya marrying a Cardovian is already weird enough, because she's tiny compared to a Cardovian. Now just a Luminarian, be like, wow. Are they even genetically compatible? I don't think Luminarians are, if I remember right. I'll have to check the charts. Or, well, charts. We have a couple charts for different other quasi. I mean, they are races, but the way I look at them is different, because when I made Terrestrial, I made it with the understanding that one animal will generally, early on in the early stages of a planet, become basically the alpha, like, species, more or less. Terrestrial operates under that same principle that Terra has, where humanity just became, like, the dominant race, and anything else that could have competed sort of just got nommed off. Except we have more, like, different types of subset species of humans, or different, like, twists on humans in general. Mostly because I think that makes much more sense, and it fits the grounded sort of science fantasy feel that the universe has as a whole. Romance the villain. That would be weird. That would be weird, uncanny, and uncomfortable for several reasons. And also actually impossible. Oh, that would not work. DLC should be stuff you've thought of after the game was developed or was released. See, the thing is, I talked with the team about this before, because, you know, it's important to discuss this. This is actually before you joined the team, Baffy. BFEOs. But, we do have a breedability chart. Sort of. That's also terrible, the way that's worded. In terms of, like, which types of humans can, you know, interact. Generally, most of the humans, like Astrians, Novarians, and I don't even know, just everyone. The more human-y looking humans, they can make babies with each other. But a giant Abudanois is lucky if it can make children with itself, or its own kind. That's because they're an abnormal strain of the giants of Luminar. The Luminar are a stable strain. Different types of strains have different access to Illumine. Illumine is the genetic trait in which you can cast spells and tap into magic-y bits, if that makes sense. Illumine. Sounds like a snack. Like an Illumine bar? Sounds like it'll taste like lemon. Sounds like it will. Nezra, not Aya. Kibs has dementia. Did I make the mistake of Aya? Oh no. Nezra's the one who's betrothed. That's true. Which is actually kind of strange. You'd think it would have been the youngest. Strange. Strange. Echoing stranges. Like, why is he doing that? Yidorika gives me 5 bits to say, you will have to port it to Neuralink to make it playable on completion in 20 years. What? Is this like a reference to some anime that I've watched? It sounds familiar. It sounds familiar. I hope it doesn't take forever, but the reality is I can only make people work so fast. I'm not gonna make people's neckus break and, you know, make a terrible work environment by just being like, where's my code? When the programmers are working as hard as they can already. They are working as hard as they can. The biggest bottleneck we have in terms of development is actually no longer the art, which is like, yay! It's now the programming, which is the one part that definitely is going to suck in terms of solving. The problem is we can't afford to have somebody join the team that's a programmer who's not like an experienced veteran programmer already, and because they'd have to like basically pick up and like learn it. That's the problem. We've had volunteers that asked about helping, but we had to turn them down. Because the reality is I can't afford to have programmers stop working on the project to spend time training people. Lane? Oh my god, was that a quote from Lane? No way. That's way too coincidental. That's way too cool. That's very random. Strange. Skullgarthane made a good comment. Be prepared for Rule 34 content. Awesome. You know what? That's great. Free Rule 34 ain't gonna hurt nobody. That's good. But please age Celeste up. That's all I ask. Simple question. Simple, not question. Simple request. Just don't do it. Aging up is the best thing you can do because it's weird if you don't. Very weird and uncanny. Celeste is definitely a character I don't want to see looted. I shouldn't say that openly live, but I'm not even joking. Oh no. You're right though. I've already sort of prepared myself mentally. I mean, I was prepared when it happened to Aerith. That's also why I helped it along, so that I could get over that speed bump. They could be like, okay, not gonna be bothered by it, not gonna be weirded out by it, and it still weirded me out. when it happened initially. Like, whatever. And then after a while, you just sort of like, you just sort of get thicker skin and you just get over it. Like, you're like, oh my god, whatever. Like, who cares? And now I'm at the point now where I'm like, oh, cool, free fan art. I'm like, oh wow, look at the line work, that's really good. Look at that. Or the coloring. Or the general composition. I have ascended, chat, to lewd appreciator. But of the artistic kind. I am classy. I am above the normal human now. Floats above heaven. Floats above heaven. Wow. We're going places today. Not just God, not just a godhood, but above God. What even is above God even? I don't even know. Me, apparently. Oh, it's too funny. Alright, so essentially Terrestrial, the equivalent of Neanderthals, didn't go extinct and diverged further to the point of some species humanity cannot breed with each other anymore. Oh, yeah, that's a good comparison, Jonathan. Terrestrial is very much kind of like that in some ways. Terrestrial is a little bit bigger than Earth, but the humans did waddle around all over the place, and they did interact with each other, but we didn't actually wipe each other out completely. Any other species, though, that were super threatening were generally taken care of. That's why Vasti and Avagaria are one of those sort of special cases. Avagaria is pretty nasty in terms of the beasties there, because there's a map I have for the Terrestrial map that's called Tamed or something like that. Or Civilization level, I think. The higher the civilization level of a region, the less types of weird and sort of more dangerous monsters there will be. So in Astria, it would be very much sort of, well, it means there's still some dangerous beasties, but it's going to be much more on the level of Europe because they've hunted down and killed most of the dangerous monsters. You know, there would be various, mercenary warriors that would go out and hunt these things down in bands, or groups of warriors or soldiers that were sent by the Emperor himself or the various Republic senators during the, probably more towards the Republic era, would be sent out to hunt and exterminate, to neutralize the pests, and they were taken care of. Now, in areas like Vasti, Vasti is one area where it's like very untamed, almost like its original state. It's very rejecting of humanity. Avagaria is a lot more tame. The deserts of Kuranos, not so tame. But the coastline's fairly safe-ish. Safe-ish. Alastro's safe-ish. Astria's safe-ish. Agoriel, yeah, there's lots of Berberians, but, it's not too crazy. If you go up to the Tenno, I suppose the Tenno by Mundo. Hundo? I don't even know. The big, giant, fat giants that eat people. Those ones. Those chubby dudes. They're basically like monks, but they're hungry monks. The Mando, I think they are. Mando, because they're below Mundo. I don't remember. God, their names are so confusing over there. Tenno are above them. The Tenno are a different sort of tribalistic people. There's lots of monstery dudes over there. Not very tamed. Like when I first drew the It's Quiet drawing, I was wondering if the server was okay with this. Then I scrolled the fan art section for a bit and realized it was. Oh my god, Giggles, you were like, oh no, is this not okay? See, I don't want artists to think that it's not okay to draw fan art. Because fan art is fan art, and it'll be appreciated no matter how weird it is. And I've gotten some really weird fan art. But you know what? I still like it because somebody spent the time to draw that and they wanted to share that with me and it's of our stuff, I think that's cool. I think that is basically a tribute. A bit weird, but you know, it is a tribute, so. Good night, Merle. You'll be remembered, but I expect to see you in Discord more. He's like, what? No, please. I think he's Chatistan, if I remember right. And have a good sleep. What platform will your game be on? Initially, it'll be on PC. PC is our core focus. I do want it ported to other platforms to increase its accessibility so more people can play it. And, of course, to generate more revenue as well, because that will go to the pocket of helping, hopefully, make the studio, you know, have a lot of capital so we can all work full-time. Instead of scraping by with what we are now, because living life right now is very stressful. But we have to get to that point, and that's going to take a lot of work. But yes, initially it'll be on PC, and then I want it ported to as many things as possible. And I've had that conversation with Tyler, because I want as many people as possible to play our game, because I want our game to be extremely accessible. That's like what I told people in chat the other day. I don't want our game censored either, so let's say if a nation puts up a block or whatever, okay, neato cheeto. I want the game translated anyways, and then we'll just release it another way. It won't be profitable, but I want it in as many hands as humanly possible. Because I think everyone should have a right to have a chance to play it, right? Because you guys have a right, because you can purchase it. But some people literally won't be able to. Because their government's going to hold a gun to their head, basically. We need to find a workaround for that to increase accessibility towards the game so that more players can play the game. Alright, good night, Sonic Nitro. Don't worry, the release will be a while. But we'll keep you up to date as we make progress. Slowly but surely. The big goal, by the way, speaking of progress for this year, right? This summer. Oh. The big goal is the combat prototype. It's been a difficult thing chasing after that combat prototype. Because we had once wanted it to be the goal of, like, last year. And because we got hit with several things that we're just not able to, I don't even know the word. It was other stuff, you know, it's complicated. Other people had some bad things happen to them. They needed to take time for themselves, and we needed to, you know, take a step back and let people, you know, recuperate morale, basically. Because, you know, sad stuff happens. And there was good things, too. But, there were lots of setbacks last year when it came to certain deadlines being met. But we managed to exceed other deadlines, which is weird, right? At least it was a mixed bag. We made a lot of progress in a lot of other areas. Translation, even in Chinese? Well, how are the people in Republic of China going to play it? You're like, Republic of China? Wait, that's the island. See, I have to say that because some people won't know. Some people... And yes, I do want it to be translated into multiple languages, but the problem will be with translations is I'm going to need to find somebody who's good at translating what the meaning of things are. Because that's the tricky part. That's why Tolkien didn't want his books to be translated. I understand that. Because there's a lot of meanings and things in this story that are difficult. That might be difficult. That might be extremely difficult to convey. Things with Celeste, things with Rhea, things with Aya, things with Ezra, things with other characters we haven't even really showed yet. Your opinion on the clans from BattleTech? I mean, besides all memes aside, all factions are hashtag based and sweet build in BattleSqueck because all of them are evil. They're not evil. They're just woefully misguided into war crimes. I like every BattleTech faction, and for different reasons. I don't really have favorites, though I do like them for different reasons. Like I have favorites in everything, like with almost anything. I've got a favorite Great House. I've got a favorite Periphery Nation. I got a favorite clan. I got a favorite sub faction within the Comstar, which is obviously the loyal Comstar people, not that Word of Blake crap that Hanse is into. listen, guys, we just need to make sure the phones work, okay? It's just all we gotta do. And then there's the Blake dudes in the back, like, "Duh, I gotta bomb people." It's like, oh my god. I just imagine this comic of, like, some Comstar dude just trying to, like, you know, just make sure the phones work, and there's the Blake is just raving and drooling in the background, causing all sorts of havoc. Could be a good sitcom. Listen, the clans are wrong about one thing, and that's the fact that the Timberwolf is not a Timberwolf. That's some gay furry name. The Timberwolf is actually called a Mad Cat. Also, if you're based like me, it's a Mad Neko, actually. Like, Kibs, that's mega cringe. But meanwhile, me, the enlightened one, who knows more than you, understands that the Mad Neko is the based name. Because those little floppy missile tube ear things it has are now cat ears. And now I am better off because of it. There's a reason, chat, and I don't even know what to call the dire wolf yet, but that's just like a mad cat, but like a dire cat. It just says Blake. Oh my god. Typical Hanse, always simping for the goddamn traitors. Rom-com titled "My Roommate is a Blakis." Oh my god, that's true. Good stuff there. Your favorite is King Crab Mermaid Mech? King Crab is my favorite assault mech. One of my favorites. I mean, obviously there's the go-to Atlas. Who doesn't love the Atlas? Then there's the Stalker. That's the assault one, right? Yeah, it's basically like a catapult, but it's like assault. That thing's absurd and stupid. Who doesn't love that? There's the Marauder, which is fantastic. Oh, but I do like the King Crab. He's just a big crab with little chompy claws that fire cannons. King Crab is probably favorite, though. But I do like... So, isn't a heavy? The Mad Cat's a heavy, right? God, I'm terrible with numbers and memory when it comes to mechs. Mad Cat, I think, is a heavy mech, not a medium. Because it carries way too much weapons to be a medium, right? Right, I'm pretty sure of that. It's a heavy mech. The dire wolf, the big one is assault. Yeah, okay, good. Thank you, chat, for clarifying. Yeah, I like the Mad Cat. It's not a Timberwolf. Get out of here. My Mad Neko is my favorite clan mech. And that's just honestly because the Mech Warrior 2 cover. I've got the big Sega Saturn box behind me somewhere, and on that box is a Mad Cat. And then on my PC version is, you know, the Mad Cat again, but on a tinier cover because it's a PC box instead of a Sega Saturn box, which is this huge clunky plastic box that breaks every time you open it. It's absolutely awful, chat. Fucking goddamn it. The Sega Saturn box is the size of a VHS tape box, basically. It's huge. And then there's a tiny little disc in it. It's like, what is this? Why is this box so big? It's like, we made it size for VHS. Why? Why, Sega? It's like, cause that way, when you open it, the box falls apart a little bit, and then the disc falls out and gets scratched. It's like, you son of a bitch. The Sega Saturn was remarkably cool. Did you know the Sega Saturn has a dashboard? It's pretty cool. I think it's one of the first consoles to do that. I know that you can put the discs in and you can just listen to the music on the dashboard. That's pretty cool. It also has an internal clock. I know this because the batteries expired ages ago, and every time I plug it in, it doesn't remember shit. Because the memory is highly dependent on that battery, if I remember right. Enough about battles quick, because otherwise we could just go on a tangent for that for about 30 years. Because Battletech is pretty cool. It's one of my favorite things. It's also one of those things that became my favorite, actually slowly, too. Like, I always liked Mech Warrior and Battletech stuff. Actually, well, hold on, let me back up a little bit. I loved Mech Warrior because I was like, oh, this is so cool. And then I was like, Battletech is like this weird thing that's very similar to Mech Warrior. As a little kid, I didn't know they were the same thing. was like, that's cool, but that looks very similar though, like almost identical. I'm just like, wait a minute, they're the same thing. Oh, I don't remember when I realized that though. Have I ever told you guys when I realized it? Maybe one of you can remind me. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I don't remember that to begin with. At least right now, I don't remember shit. I do remember at some point remembering that I remembered that I couldn't remember. Oh my god, help me. Oh no. Alzheimer's is beginning to set in hard. What do you think of the Axeman? That's my favorite so far. The Axeman? I don't have an established opinion because I haven't played with it ever. I only really build my opinions on mechs if I've actually gotten a chance to play with them. I have no idea about the Axeman. I don't think I've ever played with it. I played with the Hatchet Man. That's like a medium, right? It's super cool, except for the fact that in Battletech, HBS Battletech, it's basically irrelevant like a little bit into the game because when you transition to heavy mechs, there's no reason to bring it because it's potato-y. I do remember not using its axe animation ever, though. At least when I tried. I don't know if anyone else got it to work, but I tried for friggin' ever. Like, it wouldn't do the choppy chop. It just kept kicking things. Like, why are you kicking? Use the chop chop. Like, kick. Quit kicking. Quit kicking. You have a literally they welded an axe thing, a powered axe into you. And you're not even, you're just gonna, he's just like kick. And oh my god. Just use the axe. Just use it. For being stupid. Oh. Kick. He just kicked people in the shins, too. Terrible. I had some Game Boy Color games that wouldn't save because their batteries were dead. That happens, true. The Hatchet, you better beat it in one go, in one sitting, or just leave it plugged into a charger. The Hatchet Man is sort of a lighter version of Axeman, from what I've been told. I think so. Oh, excuse me. I know the Axeman, I think it's a heavy mech, if I remember right. People saying that I have dementia, but I never asked. That's true. Hello, I'm here to Hanse. It's half and half. Where's my half and half lemonade tea? How's it going, Kibs? It's going. I'm sitting here playing with a bottle of Gatorade and wishing it still had liquidy bits in it. It doesn't because I drank it all. And I drank all that sweet tea. And now I'm out of things with watery, flavored water in it. That is tragic. And tap water makes me scared and want to die. This is a tragedy. Creed likes Highlander. Battletech's pretty cool, though. It's one of the few IPs I still have a moderate interest in, but I'm not gonna lie to you. Besides the BTR project, which I'm making the remastered stuff. Speaking of, I do have news on that. I know we are behind schedule, incredibly so. Okay, ludicrously so. As I roll my eyes in my head because I'm stressed out about it still. We are so far behind schedule. We were supposed to demo off the first stream of the first Lorecast, literally the beginning week of January. And I'm looking at how far we are, and I'm like, we're not going to be there. And you want to know why? Because we're waiting for that friggin' map. And it's not even Sandro's fault. Sandro has come up with a better idea. And that's what I'm going to tell you about. So, interactive inner sphere map is what he's working on right now. It's open source thingy that he's making. It's pretty friggin' cool. You can move the map around. You can zoom into it. It crashes sometimes. But we found the database for all the star systems, specifically Sandro. Sandro actually managed to find a database which contained the actual coordinates of every single solar system in the Battletech universe. He was able to take that information and plug it into the software that we're making, that, well, he's developing for us. And we're able to basically, it maps out all the stars and then it changes their alignment. There's a slider already in, so you can change the eras. It's so fucking cool. Like, it's fucking amazing. Like, you can slide and it changes the eras and timelines. You can hover your mouse over. It's got the names. We just need a search bar function, and I also want to be able to draw on the map a little bit too. That'll be great. And then so a little bit more way to make the stars more viewable. And then maybe we'll be able to actually add things to the stars. There was actually requests from other people who know about it from the Chamber of Squeakrits, because we shared a picture of it. For where people were like, hey, can we write stuff in it? And I'll ask Sandro about that. Right now, I'm just going to let him keep working on stuff, because he's got a lot on his plate right now. Because the goal is to get it ready for the stream series. Even if once we just get it ready enough, it'll be good enough. Is it 3D dimensional? I have no idea. I think it is, technically, but it's all flat. It's a flat map. Here, you know what? I'll get you a picture of what it looked like. Hold on. Contextual. No, it's not a contextual, you idiot. Chamber of Squeakrits. Oh my god. The problem with the Chamber of Squeakrits, though, is we've released so much art and so much content. Like, it's crazy. Now, you're not really going to understand this picture too well, but I'll explain it. It's upside down, I think, too. Oh, no, or I think it's... something's off. There were certain things that were being tweaked at this point. This is out of date. This is the Battletech map so far. So there's a little slider. You can change the year dates, and then it shows the correct alignment of each star system. Now we're going to do some stuff to spruce it up a little bit. You can hover your mouse over it. You can't see my mouse, but there it's over Weeaboo. And you can actually see the different star systems and whatnot. If it's flat, it's not 3D. Well, technically, I think it is 3D. So the problem, Sharon, it is 3-dimensional. Like, if I remember, if you scroll in, you can actually see the little spheres that are the stars. If I recall correctly. I don't want to open it up on stream, mostly because it's too rough, and it's not on this computer. I'd have to download it. It's actually fairly tiny, though. But, yeah, you can zoom around a map. It's pretty cool. And we're going to use this for the Battletech lore series. Because then we can actually draw movements and stuff. It'll be neato, cheeto, chatto. And then we'll release it freely for everyone to download, so that if anyone wants to have their own games in it, they can actually, like, write down stuff. Maybe even make a feature to change the color of stars manually. Oh, but that's overcomplicating the program. Right now, we just need to get ready for the lorecast. Now, I could start the lorecast before this is ready, but I want to wait till this is close, because the problem is if I start it soon, like, we're going to have to randomly stop, because there's going to come a point that we're going to need this to work. Well, it is 3D. If you scroll in, it's 3D. But the map is flat, because Battletech's map is flat, too. Don't you know what Battletech is? Bad, Sharon. Bad. Exalted Hordes asks, Battletech RP when? Well, I don't know. At some point would be nice. I've always wanted to do a Battletech RP, but the problem is really time. Time. Because I gotta work on the game. A lot. And I've got a lot of shit I need to be doing. How exactly am I stealing Barch's job? I'm doing my own thing, literally. Developing and making stuff and directing projects. That's my job. That's what I've been doing since the beginning of, like, my life, pretty much. Well, ever since elementary. I just was really, 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 really bad at it when I was a kid, though. I was like, we're gonna make this thing and this thing. And I'd be like, alright, you do that. And the kid who's like, I want to participate in this thing because other kids are doing it. He'd be like, okay. And then he'd be like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh well. Why don't you make it better and put in the Z coordinates? What? What are you talking about, Sharon? Sharon, you're spurging out. I don't understand you. But Barch is the lore master. What? He only cares about Warhammer. You stupid little Sharon! Now just grab him and squeeze him until he pops. I've done lore, and I've done lore before too. I just don't do it anymore. But I want to do it more. I'm doing what I've always done. I'm not a lore master. I'm a lore god. I literally make the lore. It's like, what? True. Fact. Science, even. Nods head with self. Of course. Well, Barch used violence to recruit you. No, he didn't. That was propaganda. You want to know the real story how the Barch cast happened? I'd merely mentioned several times before that we should do some sort of podcasty thing. And Arch had also mentioned that we should do a podcasty thing. But then we sort of sat around and never did it. Until we did. And then we did. What helped actually kick that off, though, was the fact that when Arch lost his channel temporarily. That is what happened. I am the lore. Yeah, there you go. Kibs is the lore. Yeah, I like it. That's a dumb meme. Takes off. I am the lore. Oh no, he doesn't take off his helmet in that scene. Your lore is cringe if you keep this going. Ha ha ha. Can't keep. Oh, that's terrible. That's a bad joke, and you should feel bad. Kibs was recruited by breeding. That's also bad and terrible, and you should feel bad too. Time wounds all healed. What? What? Chat is becoming progressively potato-y. It's not Kibs propaganda, Matthias. Who do you think is the real brains here? It's me, Kibs. The savior of nothing. Hero of nothing, too. Just sort of sit around. You know? Hey, hi, how are you? Oh boy, my foot itches. Something fierce, chat. Ow, ow, ow. Hold on, a ticket, chat. Let's see. Kibs is savior of good games, and he knows he will be. No, I'm not the savior of good games. I joke. That is not actually a real thing. There are lots of developers who are far more talented than me, and who have made a lot of fantastic stuff already. Let me reference you to games like Factorio. I really like Factorio. Bubbles is very autistic about it, and he makes me look like a normal person. Factorio is a fantastic reference of this. Project Zomboid's also pretty good. Yeah, the developers here are a little bit dumb and they say really bad, dumb things, but you know what? You gotta learn to separate stupidity from what they work on. Because what they're working on seems to be like that's where all their brains and intelligence has gone into. And it's actually pretty good. My footage is still. What's chat opinion about Sesame Chicken? The fuck? Terrestrial lore will be big in 20XX. Listen, you're getting it wrong. It's 2XXX. You're like, oh my god, centuries. I would like to think that we have a couple years, but it really boils down to, if we really want to get the game done, the next big issue I need to fix and figure out is I need to figure out where I'm going to get more funding. Somehow. And I don't know. Like, that's why I'm going to be playing Total War Warhammer 3. That's why I'm going to be playing a lot of games I normally don't play. Because, well, we need growth. And I need to start generating more revenue for everyone else. Because I need to keep the lights on for Battle Damage Studios. So I can keep more game stuff coming in progress. So it's like, where are we going to get more money? How are we going to get more of it? You know? How consistently can we get it? And, like, can we transition a programmer? That's the next big hurdle. Transitioning one programmer to full-time, then the next big hurdle is transitioning the second programmer to full-time. That's going to be a nightmare. We're nowhere near that point yet. Because right now, in terms of, like, money, right? So, I've got money. You know, obviously, because I work my job, I do this, and I get money from you guys, and I get money from ad revenue, and I get money from Patreon, Subscribe Star. People give me monthly money, which is great, and I appreciate that a lot. That's awesome. So I get all that, and it's like a pool of resources, right? Think of it like that. And so I dedicate a section of that pool to like, okay, this is Sala's pay, this is Carlos's pay for the month, this is Robert's pay for the month, this is Baffio's pay for the month, this is, I go through every one of the artists. Because all the artists are paid. Somehow, magically, we've managed to achieve this. And I say we because it is very much you guys as well. I couldn't do that without you guys. And so it's like, okay, awesome. I don't even know how we've done it, considering how tough economically things are. The fact that we've done that is a wonder in and of itself. Worthy of actually being praised. What we do defies all logic when I think about it, because we shouldn't be making as much money as we are, but yet somehow we are. We don't look a gift horse in the mouth, because that might not last forever, right? So it's like, okay, well, we got it, we'll make as much progress as we can. So we spend it on those art, we spend it on the resources. Problem is when it comes to growth, like I said with the money pool, the pool is being used almost 100%. Actually, I think now it is 100%. Like, it's being used to the point where we're starting to run out of money in certain areas. This is just something that's going to happen, right? Because artists sometimes work faster some months, artists work slower some other months. Now, some of the artists have been transitioned to hourly, so I have guaranteeably slotted time that they will make progress. I've done that for a couple of them, so that's awesome. About three or so of them. The rest are on commission, which means they, work commission piece per piece. And the trick is figuring out how to get more money so that I can build more capital, so that I can transition more team members off of part-time, especially off of volunteer time. That's the part that eeks away at me, because Disco, Tyler, Behrman, Hanse, and Bubbles, everyone else pretty much that isn't an artist, or an animator, or a musician, they're all working volunteer time. Meaning they work, when I work, when we don't get anything from it. And that's just how it goes, In order to build something, you're going to have to make sacrifices. You're going to have to sacrifice time, you're going to have to sacrifice hours, you're going to have to sacrifice, extra this. You got to sweat, bleed, and die over it, or whatever the saying is, And so that's the whole thing. So it's like, okay, got to put that time in there. And in order to get something back, you got to invest more. So invest money into it. It has been nothing but a massive expenditure. I don't have a lot of money. In fact, I don't live on a lot, and that's fine. I'm fine with that. Many other indie devs, if you ask them, are fine with that too. We have it pretty good. We have it very good, by the way. Some indie devs don't. Like, some indie devs have it really rough. Some of them lose their wives over it. Their family over it. They get divorces. Like, it's nasty sometimes. Because when you do these projects, they cost a lot of time. They cost a lot of resources. And when you're indie, you don't have the capital to back that up because you don't have a publisher. Could we go out and find a publisher? Yeah, probably. We probably could find a publisher that could help bankroll the project. The problem is they're going to want, to see results. And there's nothing wrong with that. By the way, I do want to say there's nothing wrong with publishers in that regard. Having a publisher has its ups and downs. There can be a lot of benefits to having a publisher, but I do not want one. And I do not want one for the sole reason that I do not want them to be able to dictate terms on how the game looks or how it plays or whether we have to include multiplayer or random functions that I don't know if I want in or if I don't know if we need in or if I don't think they should be in. Or that I need to change the story because it's, offensive to somebody because a character dies in it. It's like, oh my god. It's literally a made-up video game. It's not real. I'm not willing to compromise on those issues. And that's why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it. Is it an easy thing to do? No. I mean, look at the other devs. We have got it pretty good. We have a pretty big team, all things considered. We're spoiled. I just wish we were more spoiled. But some people have it, a lot worse, and some do even more with less. Granted, sometimes they open up Patreons and they just subside off it, like the Dwarf Fortress devs, and that can work for them. Problem is we don't have the resources for that. We make a fair bit of money, but we're not enough to support the entire team, let alone myself. Because I've factored in some of the calculations in order to sustain Battle Damage Studios just on its current, how much we operate per month. And it's quite a bit. I'm going to actually make that number public at some point. I'm not going to give information about like how much anybody is paid because that's private intel. But I'll just give the number of how much I spend on the project. And I think, like, honestly, my jaw dropped. Because it's a lot. Like, it was a lot. And it makes sense because I don't have, like, a lot. Like, at the end of each month, like, I've got maybe, like, $100 or a couple $100. I'm like, okay, like, where did all the money go? Oh, and you do the math, you just begin to realize it. But, you know, nothing in life, you know, I want those things. So it's not like I'm, like, miserable about it. It's great. It's just, it scares me, maybe is the one I want to say. It's, or maybe not necessarily, but it startles me. It startles me because of how much is invested. Like, it's a lot. And it's a little bit like when you look at it and you're like, how much you've spent, how much progress you made, and you're proud of it, right? But you look at that and you're also like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my Jesus. Soon, new crypto coin, Kib coin. No, I'm not gonna scam my audience. It's a terrible idea to scam people who are already being overtly generous with you. Hey, my finances are pretty good, Viking Kiwi. They're pretty good. But I'm just saying, if you ever start your own project, it's interesting. Especially when you start hiring art, you start getting more people. It's just keep tabs on it. And always remember how far you've come. Because that's one thing, if you ever have a tough moment when you're in a bit of a pinch, you're like, God, you know, like, are we gonna make it? But for me, I don't actually have that question. Because the question is really simple. There's nothing else I'd rather be doing. But I know for some other people it's a bit different. So where does one give the most money to Kibs instead of a third party? I don't want to talk about that right now, especially when I'm talking about that subject. I'll answer that question later. Because otherwise it's just guilting people. And that's scummy. But this is just information I'm disseminating because some of you might actually want to develop your own products. Or make your own game, or write a book, or do stuff like that. Sharon donates 2 Canucky bucks to say VTuber Kibs. Another Canuckian? Our Canuckian audience is growing quite powerful. The Brit Bongs are fighting them right now in battle. I don't know who's gonna win. In terms of viewership, I know that Canada and Britain are like bonking each other. Or is it Canada and Germany? I don't remember. One of them is bonking each other. It's getting close. Germany's actually climbed up quite high though, in terms of our viewer base. The Germans are coming for us, chat. Oh no. That's okay. I'll annex them soon. They'll become a state. They'll become a state. Oh yes, the German state of the United States. That's a bit weird. Bit of Bordigor if you ask me. But yeah, so I wish I had a drink. I'm gonna have to pick some up after this. Excuse me. You're using Unity, right? Yes, we are. We're using Unity to make the game. I had mentioned this actually early in the stream, but I'll go through it real quick again. We're using Unity. One of the hurdles that we face in Unity is there's a lot of assets and stuff we can use and whatnot, but a lot of the code we need to make for our game actually needs to be custom built. Because if you look, actually no, I'm not going to say that because, well, I can't say it. I was about to say if you look at our design docs, you'll notice that the designs are very unique in what we want them to do, and I'm like, that's stupid because I'm not going to share those design docs. Stupid Kib. Why won't you share the design docs, Kibs? Because that's like the design of the game. It's like leaking like the special secret sauce of our video game. You're like, here's a secret sauce. Do you like it? And then the other company's like, copy paste. Like, no. That was years of research down the drain. Oh boy. There. Now that I've waited a significant appropriate amount of time to make myself feel better. If you want to support the channel, there are several ways you can do it, Mikey. And you don't have to already, because you already are. Because look at you, you're already a member. You've got the Royal Guard member. You've been a member for a long time. Christ's sake. Make sure you get your reward thingies on the Discord. I'll get into that in a second. We'll mention that in a second, Kibs. Focus on thing. Yeah, ask question for. Subscribe star and Streamlabs donations are the best because they come in through basically PayPal, where we get the most money. Now, PayPal's they're a corporation, so, and these corporations are also corporations. Subscribestar has a good track record of being a nice place and is nicer to content creators. Subscribestar has never ever done anything wrong to me, and they've never even talked to me. And that's why I like them. They just give me my money, and they don't bother me. They don't bother. Patreon, on the other hand, told me to take down art pieces because they had nudity in them. And I was like, that's, like, dumb, though. Like, it's art of a it's a drawing of a statue. Whatever. I wasn't gonna debate them because I knew better. Because if you argue with those people, all you're gonna do is just dig yourself a hole. They'll drop somebody like us like a rock, and we can't afford to take the hit. Yeah, well. But yeah, Patreon is okay, and just like YouTube members are okay, and just like YouTube donations. Donation. Some people can't afford, some people can't do the other types, so it's whatever. It's not a big deal. People want to donate using that, I don't mind. I mean, thank you for your support. That's honestly a big deal. Also, Sharon, speaking of donations, you just donated. Be sure to get access to the Chamber of Squeakrits. If somebody has had access to the Chamber of Squeakrits and has been naughty and got banned or is on a month banu timeout, you remember that even so, just send me a DM. You can join Arch's Discord. Because remember, I run my Discord my way, but outside of that, like, that's my personal bubble space where I go. You can still DM me. You can still talk to me. Unless you're being weird, cringe, or stalkery. You know who you are. You know. Take a chill pill. Because you did give money, and you should get something in return. Regardless. It's called Pennsylvania Kibs. What? No. Will we have loot boxes? That's a terrible question. And I feel like punishing you for saying it. Punishing you very brutally. Hold on, I'm looking for your punishment right now. Oh god, I don't know if I want to show this on stream though. If I can't find it, that'll be a blessing. God help me, God help me, God help me. I think I'm getting closer to finding it, chat. No, 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 no. Oh no. No, how long ago was it? That was during the logo. Yeah, it's during the early stages of the logo design. Wow, the logo looked weird at some points. Oh god, that's cancer. You have permissions to raid Archer server. You have permissions to visit peacefully and orderly. You can also add me on Steam or just message me on Twitter. I have the hiccups. Excuse me. There. No, I don't want to open it. Chat, no. Procrastinate some other way. I can't find any way to procrastinate any further. I'm sorry, chat, for what I must do to you. This is not canon. This is not canon. This is a joke. I woke up. Okay, I'm going to tell you a story before I post it. I woke up one morning and I find this in the concept art section. Because Sala thinks he's funny. Sala, funny man. Because according to him, wide-eyed stupid Americans are too dumb for him and his people. As he so gracefully put it. That's terrible. Hold on, I can procrastinate further. It gives me a bit to say. Do you know what the just chatting meta is on Twitch? You are now an e-thought. Congratulations on your stream labels, lol. Listen, just chatting is what we're doing, though. We're just talking. I'm not an e-thought. I'm a normal dude. No. I thought just chatting meant, like, what it meant. Not that it was some weird fetish thing. Now I'm sad. Alright, chat, we're gonna pull it up. Show you. Don't want to show you. I don't want to show you. It's cursed. It's cursed. It's absolutely cursed. This is... Oh, God. Maybe I shouldn't. I don't think... No. I said I would. Oh, God. No, no, no. You will cringe. Oh, God, it's over. It's over. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it with shame. It's terrible, chat. This cursed image is what I woke up to in the concept art in the early days of the logo being worked on. As you can see, the logo has changed. Problem is, when we did legibility tests, nobody could read that. They're like, what is that? Early concepts. I hope you're happy, chat. I hope you're happy. Is this what you wanted, chat? Is this what you wanted? This is cursed. This is the cursed, like, because we were working on the main menu. Sal put this together because we were gonna, he's like, oh, where can we put the logo and stuff? And so he slapped it there, but then he start game, select save, which is not at all how the menu works. Multiplayer is when I saw next. I was like, what? Online store is when I started to gag. Auction house is when I was bleeding out my eyes. And by the time I read loot boxes, I'm like, my eyes had fallen out of their sockets. So I didn't even notice at the point of the upper right-hand corner, it says, join membership, earn Aerith coin now. This is not the main menu. This is some terrible joke my artist played on me. Because we very much have talked about the principles of our studio, and we've all agreed, like, we shouldn't be, you know, egregiously cancerous. And then they thought this was funny. I don't even know why there'd be an online store and a loot box thing. Wouldn't the loot box thing be underneath the online store? And wouldn't the auction house also be under it? Like, even from a UI standpoint, there's several things I don't like about this that need to change. Number one, the UI doesn't look that good because it's got a clutter everywhere. We got the studio's logo in the bottom right-hand corner, but it's the white version, and it's also old. The older version, which, to be fair, it yet to be finished. Then we've got, like, a pop-up on screen, so now I'm like, ugh. It's cancer. Yes, message Kibs with a link to the, or a picture of the receipt. If there's any personal information, be sure to block it out. Like, if you don't want to, you know, obviously tell me your name or whatever, because, again, what happens if my Discord account gets hacked? I won't be in control of it. And it's also good just to not have that on an online thing, because I'm pretty sure Discord also looks at everything. I would just assume they would. I don't think we have privacy on anything digitally, so when you upload it, be sure you're ready to accept whatever the fuck it is. I hope you're happy, chat. I hope you're fucking happy, because I'm not happy. I'm sad, broken, depressed now. Ugh. Jaded Kib. I've become boss man Kib, or whatever. Gonna wear a bandana and get an eye patch. And then jab some rocks into my skull. And then smoke a cigar. And then grow out my hair. Shave a little bit of my facial hair so I get that little fluffy stubby bit going on. And then be like, I'm jaded. Why are we here? Just to cringe? Just to cringe. Kibs hate this menu, but publishers might like it. Honestly, when it comes to most publishers and my understanding of their interaction, generally publishers don't give a fuck normally about what the developer does. They're like, hey, you have product that people want to buy and might make money. We'll invest into you. And so in return, we get money. And then they get money back. Like, yay, we got money from product you sold. We don't really care about the product. But we like the fact that the product sold well and the fact that we got green numbers back. That makes us happy publisher. Yay! Happy confetti sounds and things. And then Creative Assembly releases Rome 2, and there's a huge drama and controversy over it. And then Sega looks at them, and there's no happy noise. It's like that Smiling Friends thing with the boss character, and he's like super serious. And just grabs his little neck and is like, give me the fucking money. Where's the money? Where's the money? Then they get really mad. Because publishers expect returns. Publishers are like the mobster or mafia boss, right? They're gonna beat you up if you don't give a... It depends on the deal, though, okay? Because, like, when it comes to EA owns, like, a bit of, like, almost all their company, and they're, like, doing all the funding. That's why they were able to shutter, like, Visceral and whatnot, because they have a lot of leverage over that company. Like, Sega and Creative Assembly. Creative Assembly is fairly powerful and a separate autonomous entity by, I think, the most part. But Sega is still their publisher. But they do have autonomy. It depends on the relationship with the company. Sega, also, from what I looked at, for a lot of corporations, they seem to just, like, you know, give them money and be like, give us money back. And then they just waddle away. It depends on what the deal is, though. This image makes me want to commit seppuku. All this art is gorgeous. But the UI for the menu, I don't like. And again, you know, it's... He literally threw this together as a gag. But, damn. The text. Everything about it. The fact that it's, like, just cheaply plastered. It looks like a terrible mobile game. Like, that's what this looks like to me. This looks like a garbage mobile game. He's made our game look like a mobile game. God damn it, Sam. At least it's got good art, though. It's just good. Kibs, EA is a publisher. Publishers should absolutely care because you're putting their names on it. It's a distributor and takes on a majority of finances. They do care, but to varying degrees, Draconis. It's also not how every publisher works. Depends on the deal that you have with the publisher. Some publishers really don't care. They don't get super invested with what the product is, and nor dictatorial. In the case of Electronic Arts, that example, yes, they do. Because they want more sales. That's why they and they also own a lot more of the developer too, because they all do all the funding. I have donations. Holy fuck. Hero Guide, donate, hold on. Hero Yui, 45 donates $10 to say, here's some funds for the game, Kibs. Thank you very much. It'll be evaporated as soon as it arrives. Half and half donates $5 to say, I donate for Aerith's 2 personalities. What? 2 personalities? Is Aerith insane? She got 2 personality syndrome or whatever it's called? I don't even know. Viking Kiwi donates $113.39, which is extraordinarily generous. Thank you very much. Make sure you have your rank in the server. Especially because that's Pretender class. And Pretender class, like, they're not going to pay for anything. I know that every Pretender rank person tells me that they're like, oh, I'll still buy it to support. It's like, that's fine. But you'll still be given a free copy regardless. If you want, you can give it away or whatever. Still getting it. And I think technically the game's going to be what? Probably... I don't want to say a price because I don't want to be strangled. Yes, I do. My team will strangle me. My team. But I'm thinking the ballpark is probably 20 to 40, you know? And they're probably going to lean higher. I understand. But if you go too high, people won't buy, you know? You got to be careful. Multiple personality disorder. That it's just called that? Okay. That's the point to freak you out, lol. Lol yourself. Now that I put Draconis in his place and he's typing an angry response. I do like how Draconis is one of the subs I stole off Barch. See, I see people in Barch's chat and I'm like, that person's interesting. And they say interesting things. And I just DM them or message them, like, come here. Come here. I want you. See? Now Draconis is creeped out and weirded out that I hand-picked him. It's true. Did. Draconis, I'd been noticed you for a while, by the way. I do occasionally go through Archer's comments to clean them up for bots, because there are bots. And I always occasionally stumble across some people who are like, Kibs is like evil, and I'm like, okay, just keep scrolling. That's so weird. I do like the ones that I'm just like an evil person that's out to sabotage Archer's career. Like, where the hell did you come up with that? Taron donates $5 to say, the pistol in that lecture needs the flash from the primer pan. The one that gets lit by the spierk. The matchlock pistol needs it for the primer pan. Probably. Probably have to go over it again. I haven't looked at the actual Pistole's concept art piece itself. Actually, no, I think I have. Problem is Waylon was also done earlier into the game. Which is No, he was done fairly late in. He's got Galayan clothing. He's got the green and oranges going on. I forget which area that is from, but they got that weird dual color thing going on with their different duchies and dukedoms. And that is kind of creepy, Kibs. It is, isn't it? Angry noises. I'm still sub to Barch. Yeah, but you're mine now. I'm joking. That's a joke, Draconis. Okay, maybe I'll explain this joke a little more. So there's a joke, and at least I have among some of the content creators I talk to. And the joke goes basically like, oh, I stole your sub, haha, you know, because he's mine now, because he subbed to me. But the thing is, here's how YouTube works. People who subscribe to channels, you can't really steal them, because that's not really how that works. Like, people, if you're like, I want to watch Kibs, I'll watch Kibs. If I want to watch Arch, I'll watch Arch. And some people will be like, I watch both. And they watch some of that, and they watch some of that. Like, it isn't a binary system. But there are some content creators that have the illusion. It's almost embarrassing to talk about. There are people that are dumb that think that if you subscribe to me, that you are basically A, endorsing everything I say, B, you know, you're not their sub and they don't want you. Like, it's a thing. Like, it's a thing. It's generally around people who are extremely jealous and envious. And, like, you know, if you watch, you can watch whoever, you can play whatever video game. I don't give a shit. That's what you do with your free time is your business, not mine. That's my personal stance on that. But you should always watch my content. Kidding. But seriously. No, I'm kidding. Oh, I amuse myself way too easy, chat. You know what? That's the one nice thing. I can make myself happy. So, you know, there's that. Yay. Alright, did I read everything? Yes, I did. And thank you again. Very generous donations. I appreciate that. The artists will absolutely love it. I'm sure Sho will appreciate the increase of work orders. She's our new artist, along with Rain. Rain's also new. And I'm sure Rain will like more work orders, too, because they're the additional supporting art team. Well, they're part of the art team. They're the new supporting artists, is what I meant to say. They're helping alleviate a lot of the stress that Sala and Carlos have been having. Because internally, we've been actually facing some art troubles. And I'll talk about them, because why not? They're interesting, because maybe you guys can learn from them on your own projects. Or just, you know, find them interesting. One of the problems we ran into was we have fantastic artists, right? That's not the problem. But I was like, okay, you know, Sala, I need to do this thing. Sala, I need to do the main menu. And, like, I need Carlos to do the Sunken King. But now I need Carlos to help with the main menu because Sala needs help. It's fine for them to cross over. But the problem is that's been going on for a while, where these two artists have been doing a lot of juggling between each other. Because Carlos and Sala do a lot of the heavy lifting. Like, Carlos does a lot of the, like, designs and stuff, so does Sala, and they both do a lot of heavy lifting. And so the problem is they're also having to do the concept sketches and the concept art for all the characters. That's a lot of work, actually. Like, think about that. Like, little background elements, like what's inside the house in the background there, like what Rhea's wearing, like what kind of straps are those, what kind of armor is that, you know, it's Star Steel, we know that, but like those leather gloves, you know, and stuff like that. Like, that glove is new, by the way. If you look at the old sprites, they haven't been updated yet. This is also her actual design. The sprite is actually out of date because we actually stopped working on the sprites to help with programming. But yeah, what's all this armor here? You know, what's in the building? What's on the tables? What kind of plates do they use? What kind of chairs do they sit on? What kind of food do they eat? Where's the food come from? Things like that. While we also need to write that, we also need to draw that. Because we need to actually populate the world with items and background characters, clothings, fashions, things like that. They were carrying all that. With Sho and Rain joining the party, or joining the fray, so to speak, we've helped alleviate that stress because there's two other artists who are now helping with concept sketches for different fashions, different clothes, different foods, different utensils, you know, what kind of, you know, pottery do they use? What's the pottery's art? What kind of art do they draw in their pottery, if they draw any? What kind of boxes do they use, you know? What do the servants in the palace look like? What do the people, the priests and the priestesses in the temple look like? What do the commoners in the northeastern gate section, where part of the game we're working on, what do they look like? What do the town guards of Pyria look like? What do the town guards of Helios look like? Or the city guards. Technically, they're both cities, not towns. What are you talking about, Draconis? Of course you were serious about those angry noises. He's like, eh. Is somebody yelling at you, Draconis? I don't even see it. The only person who should be yelling is me. But yes, that's basically that. And yeah, speaking of the thing you mentioned, Sharon, what you should do, go to the Legends of Terrestrial section of the Discord server and go ahead and type that there. Why am I telling you to do that? Because I'm not going to remember that. But that is something you should type and put there so that I can remind myself to make sure that the actual concept art for the matchlock is right. Because the thing with that's a matchlock pistol, by the way, with a gun, with a trigger guard. That's actually really advanced. There's a whole story behind that gun itself. Fuck's sake. There's a lot of stories behind the equipment. I mean, the equipment has stories like, how did he get that pistol? Who made it? These stories need to be told. Rhea's armor, where did that come from? That's the whole thing. That's a whole can of worms. Her actual war gear. The war gear. Her Starsteel war gear set looks absolutely fantastic. When Rhea's in her full war gears, oh, her helmet's awesome in my opinion. But we'll wait for that. You can't see that yet, chat. We must deny you that. Her war gear looks cool though. Oh my god. Alright, now that I'm done derping out over it. Aya's war gear makes me happy. You should see that. That's funny. Look, Kibs, just tell me, do they eat rice or beet bread? More or at all? Never. Never. Probably grain for Astria, to be honest, based on what they have access to. If I had to be brutally honest with you. Actually, I don't have to be brutally honest, I actually know that. That's what I figured out, the basic common foods. But some of the stuff I wanted to actually play around with a bit more, especially with like Galea and Avagaria. Because Galea is basically like, imagine, you know, the 13 colonies, but the Astrian Empire and the Novarian Dominion made them. The two empires fought over it, the Astrians won. I mean, sort of similar to the French and British conflict over the Americas. Kinda, a little bit, sorta. And that happened during, like, antiquity, basically. So, they had a global, like, the First World War took place in, like, a feudal. I mean, they've had set, like, two. Because the Astro-Dominion Wars take place not on, like, 2 or 3 continents, but, like, 4. Like 4. And there's a lot of little nations that are dragged into these massive wars. And mostly because I was super inspired by the Punic Wars and the Punitive conflicts. And I was like, what if we do that, but we, like, break the dial? Whoops. Is Bubs in charge of the Weeaboo nation in your game? You don't really have the Weeaboo. The closest to Weeaboo is Shoyo. And the Shoyo are a mixture of Maori and a bunch of other things. Micronesian and other stuff. Little bit of this, sprinkling of that. Mostly because I wanted to break a few norms. Because the thing is, I plan on doing stuff with other things, but I would feel like that'd be oversaturation. A feudal world war sounds painful logistics-wise. Oh boy. That's what I can't wait to work on. It's going to be super tismy to write, though. It's basically... each one's very different. The first one was... first one was bloody, but it was, like, not that bloody. Pretty realistic, honestly. The second one is big. And I think the third one is smaller? I think the second one... I don't remember. Can't remember which one's which. Which one was the fight over Avagaria? Either way, back to Avagaria. Avagaria is Galea. Galea is cool. Galea is derpy. Galea is like, imagine 13 colonies, but Holy Roman Empire. It's an absolute cancerous hellhole. Oh my god, I love it. It's just a big ball of sadness waiting to explode. The help, we were retarded. Oh, they're adorable. Then you have the Confederacy of Bastar, which is basically bunch of people that were from Galea that were sick of all the little minor wars and border conflicts that happened. Because the little dukedoms have wars amongst themselves. Yes, they have an archduke that they sometimes listen to. But it's not very unified. Very unstable. A feudal world war sounds painful. Logistics. See, you raise that, and that's a good point. It is. Logistics are a nightmare. Now, even though you have the Astrian Empire and the Novarian Dominion, it's not as bad. Because you basically have two ancient-style empires. Like, sort of like the Sassanid, the Remans. I mispronounced Sassanid there. Okay. Emphasizing a vowel I shouldn't have. But that's for a different story. The Sassanids. Ugh. Like, you have the wars between them. Those are basically like big wars. Those are big. They have like a... Oh my god. Have you ever looked into it? The late Roman Empire and the conflicts, you know, that they have with the Sassanids, and even the Eastern Roman Empire after the West falls, like, they have this, like, Cold War thing going on that keeps turning into a hot war and then cold again. And they beat the crap out of each other. Though, by and large, the Romans beat the crap out of them more. You should check speculative evolution. It's a type of science fiction that biologists use to create their own animals using Earth animals. I mean, we kind of do something on paper akin to what you're describing. I don't know if we do that. But I like our method better. Mostly because my method involves stuff being able to be made the way I want. Like Big Crab. Big Crab. And then Bubs goes like, Big Crab can't exist because it's too heavy. I'm like, Big Crab is now smaller crab. No AWL. The Romano-Sassanian Tard Wars. There's no such thing as Byzantines. Reap. The word Byzantine exists, though. Remember that it's a retcon. It's historical revisionism. Reap. I'm just gonna start reading loudly. You think the Eastern Roman Empire called themselves Byzantines towards the end? They're like, so now that we're not the legitimate Romans anymore, we're gonna start calling ourselves the Byzantines. Like, why would you do that? And then other countries are like, yeah, you're the Byzantines. Thank you for delegitimizing yourself. They're like, yeah, we really don't know why we did that. Very strange. Like being like, yeah, we're not America anymore. We're Costa Ricans. But okay, so we're an island now? Like, what are you talking about? Hirika gives me a bit to say, and all evolutionary theory ends at catgirls. True. Generally speaking, though, when I write stuff, I generally don't do what other people tell me, if that makes sense. Like, what's the word? I try not to follow standard convention of things, because I'm just like, whatever. Like, I write what I think sounds good, really. Like, hey, that sounds cool or good, and I'm like, oh, okay. Then I run it by Bubbles, and I'm like, hey, Bubbles, what do you think? And Bubbles like, that's retarded. And I'm like, God damn it. And then I go and redo it again. I run it by Bubbles because Bubbles is basically my logic checker for me. He's taken over that part. Like, Bubbles, how does this sound? And Bubbles like, that doesn't make sense, but it could if you did this and this. And I'm like, that's pretty good, Bubs. Bubs is pretty useful at that. Bubbles helps me get the tismy details down. I use his autistic brain as a little computer. Byzantine is the name of the West called them. Don't be cringe, Sharon. Don't be cringe. Kibs, if I have a question for you, should I ask in the Discord DM or a channel? Honestly, about the game, it probably would be better if you asked it in the hashtag Legend of Terrestrial room. There's also the Terrestrial at War tabletop game we're working on for the miniatures. You can ask questions about those ones there. Feel free to ask and then tag me in them. Be like, hey, at Kib. Good work. Wasn't it renamed from Byzantium to Constantinople? Yes, it was. But that was the name of the city. The city was called Byzantium. And it was a Greek city. Then the Remans renamed to Constantinople because it was sitting in a perfect location. And it was a good hub for trade. And it made more sense for the empire to be governed from there. Because it was a stronger economic hub. Excuse me. And a lot of the growth and expansion for the Empire was actually taking place eastwards, rather than west. Does kind of make sense, given that their capital was called Byzantium for a while. Yeah, but it wasn't called that for a while, though. They called it Constantinople. And the only reason why they called it Byzantium is, and the Byzantines, is because a bunch of scholars who were later, existing were like, yeah, there were Byzantines. If you look at most historical stuff from the time, though, at least the stuff I've looked at anyways, they never refer to them as the Byzantines. They just refer to them as the Romanoi, or something like that. As far as I know, Byzantines were called Greeks by everyone, but they called themselves Romans, yes. Often the other people would call them not Romans because they didn't like the fact that would acknowledge they have claim over them. So what they called them were the Greeks. They're like, oh, the Greeks. Because they made insults about the Greeks, but never the Byzantines, though. Byzantium was the name of the city originally. Then it was changed to Constantinople. Then it was later changed to Istanbul, which honestly is just a dumb name. I would take Byzantium or Constantinople. At least those sound kind of neat. And Constantinople is actually like a really cool dude. Istanbul, I think, literally means like the city, which is like super lame. Just like... At least it's like named after like a cool historical figure or something that did like a really cool thing. He did something. Throw down a ticket. Oof. Your speculative evolution stuff makes me look at those things and makes me want to gouge my eyes out. I'll pull it up on stream. Yeah, no, I'm gonna make monsters the way I want to make them, and then slightly base it on realism, but I don't want them to look... These just look sad. What even is that? It's like... Help me. Yeah. That's why I normally don't have too much outside input when it comes to the writing. I'll take care of this. I've already got a vision for what I want. And I don't think that... Well, it's got a little party hat on him. He's like, wow, it's my birthday. Wow. He's so happy. Why does he have a little party hat? Oh my god, whose birthday is it, chat? Oh my god. I'm sorry, I can't stop making fun of this. Look at him, he's just very excited to be here. Like, it's not a terrible suggestion, I'll say that. Like, speculative evolution, like, why did they develop these things? We already do that internally, but we don't have like a official scientific method. Mostly because I'm like, okay, like, this animal is kind of like a cow, boo. Like, but I want it to have like these horns, and I want it to be much stronger and much more intimidating than the cow, much more aggressive. Okay, and they work on it, and it's like more muscly, bigger even, bigger than a cow, and it's more powerful than a cow. Like, okay, it's a little stronger, and I'm like, the horns, like, it needs horns, defensive and used for offensive capabilities, depends on what the horn type it is. It's like, okay, we'll put some horns on. The horns are not properly faced. The face is too far forward. The horns need to be extended so that the horns can be more, properly used. Stuff like that. And that's how we come up with the animals. I don't know how you get shark with party hat, though. But it's a good suggestion. But we already kind of do it internally, but we do it in our own weird LARPy sense. I'm gonna say LARPy because the science would be, well, actually, your crab thing doesn't make sense. I'm like, shut up. My crab, fuck you. My crab. I want my civilization to... The crabs are important to this civilization. You won't be able to stop me from it. Crubbies does what Crubby wants. I think we called them Crubs because of a misspelling, or because I didn't want to call them crabs officially. And so they're called Crubs. I don't think that'll get into the game. I hope it doesn't. But, you know, right now they're called crabs. It's just crab with a U. Instead of an A. That's great, I want one. Party hat sharks. They're not very intimidating as land sharks. They just sort of like waddle toward you with his little party hat on. He's like, "Oh, mate, wanna come to me party?" It does look like he's got a little birthday hat. This is the better version. Oh god, now I can see it more clearly. That doesn't help. Owie! I have a sore on the side of my leg. I don't know why. Why does that hurt? Ouchie. What? The shark thing? This isn't from our game, by the way. I don't even know what that is. I mean, I know what it is. It's a Selecapida. A Selechipoda. Selachipoda. Why can't you call it something normal? It's my Selachipoda, actually. It's like, oh my god, I don't want to hear actually out of you one more time. Alright, that's enough derpy land sharks. Grub people, talk like people, look like grub. Fair enough. Basically true. Why does it hurt, chat? Why does it hurt? Why would it be messaged? That's a little less derpy looking. Yeah, but I think we're probably just gonna do it the way we've been doing. Appreciate the suggestion though, but like, this isn't... Let me go into this a little bit further. So the reason why I look at this, because this is just, like, this is Earth. Like, I don't want Terrestrial to look like Earth. Like, completely. Like, it's gonna have stuff that looks similar, but it's a fantastical world. Grounded in a little bit in reality. That's the whole thing with the Mixer's formula. It's, you know... What's a good description? Imagine Star Wars, right? I hate using that analogy, but that's the closest thing I can think of right now. Star Wars, but like less silly. Oops, I bonked my microphone. Things are a bit more grounded. It's still... Ooh. It's like a sci-fantasy. It's not science fiction, but it's, you know... It's in the same realms. I mean, we do that too internally, Baffios, but we do it a very different way. We don't do it this way. We're a lot more... At least I think Carlos is a lot more creative in this. I feel like it'd be an insult. Like, Carlos, you just, like, drew two animals combined. Like, draw a dog, but, like, with, like, a bunny. Oh my goodness. That's enough of that. Alright, now that I've given myself eye cancer. My nose itches. That's a lobster, Todd. That's not even a crab. Owie. There's a lobster. Oh. We need lobster people. Excuse me. Just slap shit together like the Greeks did. See, that works actually well for Greek mythology, because Greek mythology is just cool like that. Problem with just doing it the way the Greeks did it is it doesn't actually make sense in the game. And I want it to actually conform to the story, so no. Often when it comes to a lot of people's suggestions, I often just have to look at them and say, sorry, no. Like, it's... I've already got, like... Narratively, I don't have questions, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not... What's the word? There's nothing I need to ask you guys in that regard. Like, there's a lot of questions I need to ask you guys. But when it comes to the story, when it comes to the creatures and the world, I don't have a single question for you guys. I already know what I want. Like, I already know what I'm looking for, for the most part. Some things are a little bit unclear, but by and large, I'll figure them out on my own. The things that I do have questions on are actually completely on a different level. It's actually on video game, user interface, you know, menus. Like, how good's the combat? Do you guys like the combat? Do you guys like how the dialogue's options are presented? Do you like how the dialogue is written, you know? Like, that's the trick. How would Rhea speak, right? I have several... I have a good idea. But one thing I don't want to do is just end up using, like, old English, like, how about the... And it's like, well, Astrians aren't English. They won't speak like that. But they're going to speak English because the game's going to be written in English, you know? So it's like, okay. Like, they're not going to say, like, Lamau as she, like, beheads somebody. That'd be so stupid. But they're going to have, like, their own way of doing things. And it's going to be, you know, obviously some sort of Anglification of it because, well, kind of where our language is rooted in. It kind of has to be. But I don't want it to be, like, just based on, like, thou has done thee a great disservice. I might use that line, though. For something. The only thing I ask is you give named characters helmets during fight scenarios so they don't get their hair smushed. Their head smushed. Sorry, BR. No can do, bro. He's like, why? Now you're probably wondering why, indeed. Because I can't afford to animate that. Can Rio put on helmet and armor and gear and stuff? Yes. The answer is a Chad yes. Can we show it? There's a Chad no. We'll just insert Chad in front of everything. That'll work. That's gonna age so poorly. People will be like, what's a Chad thing? I'm like, oh. I feel like it's gonna get embedded in culture. Maybe forever. Uwu speak? God, I hope not. But yes. Can you equip gear on Rian, Aya, and Nezra? Yes, you can. Can I have it represented artistically in the art? No. Because that would drive up the art budget to a amount of money that I do not have. Probably making a single animation costs, you know, thousands. And then on top of that, every cutscene would have to be repainted over. But mechanically speaking, yes, she would be. And I do agree with the artist, actually. That would be dumb if we actually had an artistic change. Because the thing is, these characters are designed beautifully. They are. They're fantastic. Sala did a good job. I agree 100%. But the thing is, like, the trick is, right, is they're designed to look good. If you do it like Witcher 3, where you change the armor, and then he just looks like a fucking clown half the game. That's so stupid. Like, I hate that. And so, instead, yes, you will get to be able to wear the armor bits, but we're not going to animate that. Number one, it costs a retarded amount of money, and it would drive up development time to absurdum. It's already going to take long as is. I don't need to stack on unnecessary time for useless things. It also ruins the aesthetic. But there is a War Gear version of Rhea. At certain intervals in the story, they will get sprite changes. When it's relevant and what will be obviously visualized. It'll be great. Rhea's actual war gear is fantastic. At least I really, really like it. I like her shoulder and her fucking helmet a lot, though. Pretty good. I'll give you a tip, though. If you're familiar with the house crest is of the House Sala, some of the concepts which we have released, it is associated with that. Also, you could create conlang and have the voice be in conlang with subtitles for translation for full immersion. Okay. I need, like, a lot more money for that. Would I be... I would... You know what? Yeah, fuck. Can't speak. I'm thinking about it myself too much. I'd actually be okay with that. I'd be okay with, like, doing, like, the entire thing. Like, it would be subtitled. Like, they would actually have their full native tongue spoken, like Astrian, and everything would be spoken that way. That'd be cool. Like, Rhea speaks, you know, Astrian, and then, like, you know, Waylon speaks, you know, that bastardization of Astrian over there they speak. Do they get bikini armor? Probably not. I don't know if I have resources to waste on a beach episode. It's just not something on my radar, really. It's not like I'm ticking the trope boxes here. At least I'm not going on my way to do so. Tropes are what we call crutches. Crutches can be used until you come up with a better idea. And then you know, obviously fix it up and polish it up. But it's not something you don't want to sell a trope. Because that is a framework, basically. With no filling, no nothing. It's like selling 2 buns with nothing in it. Here's your hamburger. Thanks. Nice bit of carb. Technically, BR, in order to do the game properly, I need to do Astrian, the Nephir. I need to do Cardovian. And I need to do Olnir, because there's a little bit of Olnir in there. For those who paid attention, you'll be like, what? And then there'll be a little bit of Galay. Galay is just a bastardization of Astrian, so that's not too much of a problem. And then there's the Confederacy of Bastard, which is just another bastardization of Astrian. And a few other subcultures. Then there's the Mazatec. Then there's the Sophian Mercantile Republic, which is like a weird hybrid of Olnir and Shoyo, excuse me. Which is weird. The Venici, the Dabunia, the fucking 5 Kingdoms. Like, it's gonna be a lot of stuff. The 5 Kingdoms are gonna be difficult. By the way, if you're not familiar, during the old lore, if you look at some of the maps, you're like, the Qi Empire, what's that stand for? It literally was an abbreviation for literally China. Because I was like, I don't know what to put here. China, some sort of Asian-themed culture. I was like, I'll get to it later. And I never updated it, so it's just been CHI for fucking ever. But I've started to work on them a little bit. They're called the 5 Kingdoms. As they are 5 kingdoms. And they are not really... We're working on de-sinification of them to try to break that away. Removing any sort of Han influences and focusing on other more interesting leads. And then basically looking... See, here's how we write things. Oh, this is another problem I run into. Problem be like, oh wow, you were inspired by X culture? That's cool. And then they'll read about them, or the stuff I send them. Like, that's not Greek. And I'm like, yes, it isn't. Like, the root inspiration was Greek, and that's how I started. And then as I worked on it, I removed all the Greek stuff that was icky, and basically everything, threw it into the dumpster, and took the core idea, and I was like, I like that. That's why the Astrians ended up having more core ideas from Persia than they did in Greece. At least I thought. Some on the governmental side of things. Depends on which era, though. Nah, Chi is fine. Chi was just an abbreviation. Thing is, it's a work in progress. Don't waste time with naming conventions. You should have seen the older document. You want to know how things were labeled? They were color-coded. Tribal 1, Tribal 2, Tribal 3. For the different cultures. Feudal Kingdom 2, Feudal Kingdom 3. Oh my goodness. The thing is, I had ideas for each color. It was like, this color was, you know, Greek-themed. This color was, you know, Russo-themed. And then I looked at it and I worked on it and I was like, I actually don't really want to write about Greeks. That's kind of dumb. So I just erased all of it. And then I changed it to be what I wanted it to be because, well, I can make it whatever the hell I want, really. One of the benefits when you actually write your own world, you can make anything however you want it, but make sure it is what you want it for a reason. The Taekwon Republic. Oh my god. The Qi Empire is reformed in my mental mind as the 5 empires. Or stupid Kib. The 5 kingdoms. It doesn't have a name yet. Mostly because I'm working on the background lore for the kingdom that actually is in charge of all. They're similar to Cardovia. If you're familiar with a little bit of Cardovian lore that we have, Cardovia is actually 4 konungers, which is brutally pronounced Norwegian word for kingdom. But yeah, it's 4 kingdoms. The 5th kingdom never joined, which is Strivengar, I think. They're the pink one. They're pink. I remember the colored pink on the map. That's a lot. And then next to them are the shattered remnants of the Olnir. The Olnir have been since pushed out because the Olnir enslaved the Cardovians. Well, and the various other cultures that live there, because it's technically not just Cardovians. But the Cardovians are one of the main subcultures. Or not subcultures, one of the main cultures. More dominant in the region. What? Get a look at doing 10 bits say, what will the core gameplay loop be? That's a good question. So, for Legend of Terrestrial, the core gameplay loop will consist of, let's start with combat, because it's what we're working on right now. So when you play combat, you know, you'll play your combat game. That's a work in progress thing. I'm still trying to determine what's appropriate for having, what's the word? What's the thing called? The deployment. Like having a deployment function. The deployment function will make sense for like being able to choose like how to deploy your characters. If there's like an ambush or something like that that you triggered because you did some dialogue or some side quest and you found out about where some troop movement was and you're like, oh, I'm gonna ambush them because you know you've got a quest for it, which opened up the option to do it in ambush style or whatever. There'll be stuff like that, but I don't know how much I want the deployment stuff to be totally accessible, because otherwise, if you have to do the deployment phase every single combat encounter, that's a lot of deployment phases. And it really boils down to, is it useful? For certain battles, yes, I think so. Like if there's like we need to hold this like bridge or something like that, yes. Or we need to, you know, ambush this convoy, yes, I think that would make sense. Excuse me. Way to go, Yin Yang. That sounds remarkably cursed. Maybe we'll do it. Currently we have a Kaikakadeshi, whatever it's called. I brutally pronounced that. That's a just as planned Celestin works. Totally. I'm totally helping feed the conspiracy that Celeste is evil by just making more things. Listen, chat. I'm playing along with the meme. You might as well. There's no point fighting it. We know what happens when you fight a meme. You just lose. Oh, my beer kitches. Screech, screech. Just use Welsh. Nobody will notice that it's an actual language. That was actually one of the ideas Robert had, which was a pretty good idea, was to actually have some of the songs for the game and the characters, like Syra's Lullaby, be sung in Hungarian. Not a terrible idea. We might still do it. We haven't done Syra's Lullaby. That's way down the line. But there will be singing. Dark Lord Lily. Squealy Kitty is happy. I know he is. Creating a new language is easy. Just take an existing one and spell everything wrong. Yeah, pretty much. I know, because I did that as a kid. Oh my goodness. Kaikakadori. There we go. Arch always talks about it. Yes, it's a meme that means when a character goes, just as planned. Death Note had a scene, which I haven't watched the show, but I've seen some clips of it, where the bad guy's like, just as planned, or he's a good guy, or whatever. Some people say he's good or bad, I don't care. He just says, just as planned, or something like that, and it's like, wow, that's pretty... Like, he's all evilly looking, he's like, yeah. Kai Kakudori. That's so terrible, chat. I wish he didn't tell me that. Just have an auto-deploy option and give the players the choice to deploy manually if they want. See, then we're going to have to make presets for the auto-deploy, which isn't actually that hard to do. The programmers will want to wrangle my neck, though, but that's probably nothing new. That's not too complicated, actually. That's way more simple than some of the other stuff. It's just a simple, like, it's just got to remember, like, a preset that we give it to auto-deploy. And then some players will use the auto-deploy function, and they'll be like, why the hell did my guys deploy like that? Because we thought it was smart. Because we thought... Or just have it literally randomly select where it puts characters. Like, it just puts, like, the fucking casters in the front. And then, like, blocks in the other characters so the game can pass. Oh, that's great. That's a great idea. There's an open deployment option where the player... See, these are the questions where I want player input now, see? The lore, I don't really want input when it comes to lore, externally. Because we have a vision. I don't mind people commenting, though. Or giving ideas, because you might as well. You literally can't hurt anybody by suggesting something. At least you wouldn't think, right? There's the open deployment option where the player can determine the position of units. Could make it fixed positions with character swapping options. Or fixed positions. Oh, excuse me. With fixed characters. Ugh, excuse me. Maybe. Depends on if it's actually valuable or does anything. Because when the game comes out, you'll get a feel for what the movement... Well, not the game. When the combat prototype debuts, people will get a feel for how the action point system works. Currently, there's only 2 action points given to each character in game. That will obviously change as time goes on, because other things play a factor in what determines the action point value of a character. How many AP a character has is dependent... I forget what stat plays into AP, but there's something. I'm somewhere. I'm sure of it. I haven't looked at the stats and what they do in, like, ages. Mostly because it's on the list of things to do, and it's just... It's like, it's in queue, but all the hard things are in front of it, you know? Oh, well. We'll get to it when we get to it. I'm sure we'll have to reread it before we do it anyways, because we'll need to double check it. But I do know that there's an AP value. An AP value is set to 2, and I set it to 2, along with, I think Bubbles also suggested we set it to 2, if I remember right, along with Tyler, because then we can adjust it later, and we can balance it based on enemy characters and mobs, so they can have higher AP based on what abilities they have. AP can be used to determine, you know, how much movement they can get, as well as making it so players can do multiple things. So it's like, okay, your first aura around your character is the original, like, AP value 1. Second is AP level 2. Further you move out, you know, burns up more AP. So characters with less armor will get additional AP to counterbalance the fact that characters with armor will have less. But characters with armor will be fucking tonky. You know what I'm saying? Probably. Will you be doing the thing where the party is represented by one character outside of battle? No. So, how the outside of battle? We haven't actually talked about the free world movement, right? So, outside of battle, you will walk around the zone, and the battles take place in the same zone, right? So, there's no loading screens. There's less. I've tried to reduce the amount of loading screens as possible, though we'll see how much of that works. So, like, there's most buildings, like, are accessible in the world. Like, you can just walk into them and walk out of them. Like, you can walk out of the town and walk around. But there might be zones. So zones will be like the loading screen before we go to the next section, right? And I tried to make it so that each chapter has a couple of zones. Like, the first level, excuse me, the first chapter, Pyria, I can tell you this. It isn't like you can freely explore Pyria, because that would take forever to program and make, and as well as why? Like, why the hell? It would be too much stuff. We'd spend so much time making stuff that the world would be empty. Like, it would be weird to have these characters go to places randomly. Like, yes, they just go to the slums because... Why, though? Certain things have to be made for certain reasons because of limited resources, right? So, for that period, the area I will mention is the palace I want to be made as a complete zone, and I want the northeastern gate where they exit to head off on a journey to Helios. There'll obviously be some locations and zones along the way, but they'll be kind of small. The bigger zones will be, you know, much later in the game. Gonna start small and slowly, you know, work it in there. It's a very delicate process because you want to slowly introduce ideas to the player and concepts so that the player has time to grasp the concept and then move on and expand. And then by the end of it, they should have a full grasp of the game, so they grasp the entire concept of the game, and they can freely go about, and we can let loose and go crazy with it. But I don't plan on being gentle to the player in the beginning, if that's what you're thinking. Giggles to oneself. Ow, you scratched Scratched, scratched. It's dry in here. It's very dry in here. It's cold. It's only -3 out, but seeping in through the window bad. You go to slime for killing, for killing pickpocket. Oh, speaking of grinding, none of that. Todd donates $5. Say, here's more months for game. For the game. Excuse me. Also, thanks Sala for my PC's new wallpaper of Aerith. #breed Kibs. What do you mean? Oh, you got the goddess one? You can find the art in the Discord server. I think I posted all of it. I hope. And I will let him know. He's probably gonna like that. Sal's always giddy when somebody puts his art as their wallpaper or something like that. He likes that. Workload queues, those are always fun. The never-ending list of future work to do. Oh god, BR, if only you knew. Oh, actually, no, you probably do. It sounds like you kind of do. It's... The queued amount of work for Legends of Terrestrial is massive. And then, let's say we finish Legends of Terrestrial. The queue already for, like, project number 2, I imagine, by the time we get to that, will probably just be as big, if not bigger. The fortunate part, though, the good news, right? Once we get the first game done, the second game will come easier. Much like Murder, right? Like, what? No, Chad, I don't know anything. Now, the thing is, the first game will be hard because a lot of the, like, key features will have to be made in this game. But the second game will be all about polishing and refining or, removing or adding certain features that make sense. I don't know what we'd remove, to be brutally honest with you. But let's say something didn't quite pan out right for whatever reason. Or it just wasn't as popular, but we got a much better idea. Maybe. I'm not 100% certain because I have no idea what the future holds. Especially in terms of how the designs will be appropriate for the second project. I don't really know. I know some basic stuff and that's about it. But basically, the second project will be able to use all the same basic things from this one, but add more stuff to it. So it'll be all about mostly building on top of what we already have. Which the idea is a solid foundation from which to build. So that future works may be easier to build, as well as we can improve upon pre-existing features and systems, as well as add new ones. Because, well, a lot of the heavy lifting will be done, like having the building system that Robin's working on. I'm kind of hoping that the zone system we have in this game will just be something that we'll use in all the games, because it seems like a really good and cool idea. And it actually was inspired by a few other games. Actually, a lot of Actually, every game uses... I say a few games. Like, Half-Life does this, right? You load into a section of the game, and that's the level, right? And then you load into the next one. The zoning system is basically the same, but it's for an RPG system. You could kind of equate it to BioWare. Like, there's a zone for that. There's a zone for that. There's a zone for that quest area. There's a zone for that. Yeah. It's nothing new, really. It's not revolutionary. But we got to make it work within our game. I just don't want there to be too many loading screens. So, go inside buildings. The game shouldn't have problems loading-wise, though. I've been assured that many times by my programmers. Squint eyes at them. Always paranoid. Always paranoid. Hey, Kibs, here's more money for... I read that. I'm fucking blind. Thank you for the donation. I'm having a hard time today. The first game is always the hardest, since it's all new material that you're making. It's also the most creatively free in the series. Yes, it will be. But it also will set the tone for what's to come next. That's the big thing. Much like Chapter 1 sets the narrative tone for what comes next in the next chapter and the other chapters of the game, the same vein that the first game sets the tone for the future games. That's very true. I do want to make other types of games, though, but the main line will run off the Terrestrial Unity engine, the one that'll be built in Unity. And then obviously I want any games in that continuity to retain the same gameplay formula, but improve upon it and add new systems and features to it. Like, for instance, we added the warfare mode in this one. Who knows? Maybe the next one will have like a... I don't know. Let's be random. Not very good at being random. Space battles, yeah. Like Star Trek. Yeah, perfect. Exactly like Star Trek, where like you could... Like Bridge Commander, except better and not bad. Not bad. I'm kidding. Bridge Commander's not bad. It's just, it's cool, but there's like not a lot of stuff to do. You just sort of sit there, which is kind of what you probably do as a captain. But I don't know. That's just an idea, you know? Throwing it out there. Looking for fish. Will you be doing the thing where the party... Oh, yeah, no, I didn't answer that question. Fuck, I got segued. Emu, bad. This is your fault. You didn't tell me. So, segueing. Segueing's weird. So, no, your characters... So, when you go out into the zone, right? I got in a tangent and completely forgot about it. So, when you go into a zone, you will take 2 characters with you that can also contribute and bounce dialogue off of. I'm hoping to God that I will find a way to write in every character so they have something meaningful to say. And I hope the other writers will help me with that too, because there are certain instances where I think some characters might not have a lot to contribute on every issue, but it really depends. It really depends. Because I've noticed that problem in other RPGs where that's actually an issue, and I have yet to actually experience it myself, so we're going to have to find out there. So that's going to be the big one. Figuring out that, right? Yeah, you can take 2 characters with you, and then there's a couple other characters that are with you at all times, but they're like in universe. It's assumed like, oh, you know, they're sort of like, you know, trailing you a little bit ways back, and that way, you know, if something goes wrong, they'll help you. That's the fluff universe. Reason I'm giving, and the 2 characters up front, so you're not too imposing. Plus, then you can bounce dialogue off each other. No NFTs, nah, not doing that. I'm not gonna scam my audience, guys. It's not funny even. Not when they contribute as much as they do. Ugh, my tummy. But yes, that's the thing. That's what I was kind of thinking. You pick 2 characters to sort of waddle with you, but all your party's there. So they will participate in the battles and stuff. Not just 3 characters like BioWare's games. It'll have your party there. Now, it is up to balance, because right now I had Tyler unlock the party character number. So, actually, you can have unlimited companions. As many as I tell him to put in the game, I guess. And that's just for testing purposes. It'll probably be that way in the closed test. I don't know how much of any of the buttons and stuff will be accessible in the closed test. Probably, I would assume, not much, but I don't know. It's really on to see where Tyler's at. Because I have to touch base with Tyler a few times when we get closer to that. But that's the general idea, right? Oh my goodness. My goodness gracious, chat. Why is the Gameroo not done? To be fair, we're making progress. But sometimes, Tyler, chat. You're Tyler now. It's happening. Sometimes I wish I had unlimited funding, but a part of me feels like if I did have unlimited funding, like I wouldn't be smart about it. I'd be like, I want everything. That would be bad. See, now I have to be clever and carefully think out why I do things, because we only have so much resources. Terrestrial has segue tech? Yes. Yeah. Oh no. After game 1 and you make it big, when can we expect your acquisition by Microsoft? I mean, I can't speak for future Kibs if I become corrupted, because it happens to seemingly everybody. Everybody seems to fall down, and they just fall down the gutter and become absolutely delusional morons somehow. So, who knows? Maybe I'll fall down the gutter and become a delusional moron down the line too. Yeah, right now I'm not, so we're fine for now, but we'll have to wait and see. As it stands now, personally, I do not want to become a sellout and sell out my baby, because that would literally be the worst thing ever. I very much want to retain complete ownership of the IP, and I refuse to budge on that matter. It is my baby. I worked on it. I wrote it. It's pretty much my magnum opus. It's been everything. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, if you take away this project from me, I really don't have a whole lot, to be honest. I've got the YouTube channel. I've got my family and stuff. But, like, the stuff I've made and done basically comes down to zero. Besides my work. Just nothing. Just cry. Alright. Are NFTs the currency of Terrestrial? That's a cancerous question. And I hate you for it. Will there be skill trees that let us customize builds for characters? See, this is a good question. And unlike yours, El Gusto, and will they affect more than combat? The skill trees probably will not affect the dialogue, if I had to be honest. I don't see how they will based on the current design docs that I'm reciting from my own memory right now. And I say that with a lot of confidence. But yes, there will be skill trees. Each character is a class already. So Rhea is a class. Aya is already kind of a class. She's a Celestial Priestess. Rhea is a Celestial Templar in terms of her class. So they actually have those skill trees, and there are subclasses for each class, if that makes sense. So they can build into sort of different things, so you can build them differently. That is the goal. Just like Nezra has a Zach Runic magic, so she has her own class as well. She's also a crossbow range combat character with a Zach runes, which are kind of, it's a weird combo, but it works surprisingly well. I mean, I don't know why I didn't think it would. I mean, let me rephrase that. On paper, it works really well. We have yet to actually implement Rhea or Nezra. Or actually no, we have yet to implement skill trees as a whole. Skills and the skill book are in the game. The skill book is, or I think it's just called the spell book, not the skill book. But it could probably be synonymous with skill book, really. You can drag your spells and skills out of there into your action bar, and then you can, you know, press the buttons to do the actions. Easy peasy. Well, I'm not retarded. I don't know about that. Even if you offered $70 billion, dude, if I have to give up the project, then what the hell is the point? What am I going to do with $70 billion? Oh, yeah, okay, I can do a lot with $70 billion, but I can't do anything with Legends of Terrestrial with $70 billion, now can I? And that's kind of the deal breaker. Now, the Bubbles raises a good point. Past Bubbles. Bubbles is like, well, you don't really know what you'd do if you ever were presented with that opportunity. True, I have no idea. Because I've never been offered that much money before. I like to believe that I would not. But that's the thing, isn't it, chat? You never really know until it happens. I'm fairly confident I won't. But Bubbles is always the reason of doubt in my head. Bubbles is always there whispering. He's like, meh. Bad Bubs. Gollum. Do the Gollum thing. Oh, I amuse myself too easy. I still don't understand how oh my god, we're not doing this. We're not doing that, Sharon. I want all the coding done on gold. Yes. Might as well have the coding done on gold. I don't know how that works in terms of the video game, but you know what? Might as well. But yeah, back to your question. Skill trees. There will be skill trees and stuff like that. Will they affect the dialogue? So I assume you're thinking like Fallout 1 where you can tech perks and stuff? Probably not. Our game isn't like Fallout in the sense of its RPG system. Fallout 1's really cool though. If you haven't checked it out, you should. You can actually like customize your character completely. Fallout also operates under the whole blank slate character system, and that's actually really good for what that is. Our game has more of a narrative. It originally had a blank character slate system, but I actually removed it because I thought it actually... Well, I don't thought. I very much believe it harmed the story. To the point where it kind of made the story have weaker writing than I otherwise would. And other games like this helped confirm this sort of idea for me. Games like Nier, where they have more... Well, games like Nier are extraordinarily linear. There is only a straight line. But I view very much linear storytelling as having its own valid options as well as emergent. This sort of emergent style of Fallout is very good for replayability. It's excellent. Playing as an absolute brainlet in that. I've watched YouTube videos of that. That's hilarious. We should do a Fallout playthrough at some point. Oh, I'm going to need a guide, though, because that rope thing, I tried playing it by myself. Fuck, I couldn't find that for an hour. Stupid ropes. And I had the rope. I just need to know where to click in the old vault. You know the part I'm talking about. Goodness. I assume that characters will be limited to 1 or 2 types of weapons in which they are already specialized. You assume correctly. This actually boiled down to originally the main core reason being the animation budget. The animations for our game are incredible, but the problem is they came at a cost. Having the best animations, literally, like we literally do. We have some of the best animations in a pixelated RPG I've ever seen. And the best part is those are just placeholders. That did come at a terrible cost. Terrible cost is it's extremely expensive and time consuming to animate that. That is the cost. And so increasing the amount of weapon types per character does increase the time of which a character takes to animate exponentially so. So I also came up with a narrative reason to help this. Each character learns how to specialize as a in a particular weapon set because they're a profession in their own right. Being an expert with the sword that Rhea has is a profession in its own and of itself. Much like, you know, excuse me, much like Desra with her crossbow. She doesn't have super strong arms, and a regular bow would actually be very hard for her to use. The crossbow is quite nice because she can just simply use the cranks and the little cow pull thingy, I forget what it's called. You know, the little claw thingy to pull the whole thing back. And that still requires a fair bit of exertion too, but there are tools to help her with that. To reload her crossbow. It says, so is this going to be a visual novel with combat minigames? Joke, please laugh. No. No. It'll be fairly interactive. When Microsoft gonna buy you out? Oh my god, we just had this joke. Oh my god. Yo, keep going. Keep going. We're going. Oh my god, I'm closing this image. No, fuck's sake. That was a joke. Oh, it wasn't real. An artist, one of our artists made that to troll me when I got up one morning. Because I got up one morning and I looked in the concept art because at the time they were working on the game's logo, and right then they were testing it on the, you know, placeholder menu art to see how it would look. And so that's why they made that. Sala thought he was a funny little shit and decided to make that cancerous main menu. Closing that. Closing all that. You made me sad now. Will the game be an early game access? Will the game be an early access? I don't really want to do early access, to be honest with you. I'm just not a big fan of it. I would like to ship the game, like, at once. I don't know. I don't know about that, but I lean towards wanting to do it, like, when it's out. Like, when it's done. I do want a demo, though. The Chapter 1 demo will be done long before the game is, and that will be released. Chapter 1 will be a demo, which will be released for public consumption, so then people can play the demo and see if they like the game. Chapter 1 is quite hefty, so I assume there's plenty of content. Honestly, Chapter 1 might be too big. It's a big demo. Thinking to myself, should I be like 343 was with Halo 1? Because Bubbles told me a story. He had the Halo 1 demo disc, and when he installed it, he went into the files and merely switched out the playable maps. Because Halo 1's demo disc had the entire game on it. It only had locked the it only had locked to the Silent Cartographer map. But you can actually just switch them all out into playable. Smart move, I know. Why would you ask me when there's a Rule 34 mod? That's not my job to make that. That's the modder's job. Get on it, boy. It's like, there's no game to mod. That's not my problem. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, generally I don't want to do early access. Mostly because I just want to sell the game when it's done. But I don't know. I don't know. If I did early access, hypothetically speaking, just to play devil's advocate, I would personally prefer it to be released in chapters then. So each major big update would be a whole chapter. Like chapter 2, chapter 3. But like that's a lot of time to wait between each story beat. And some of them, they don't want the player to have to wait for the next bit of story chunk. Because some of it might come off as cliffhangers, because some chapters are left off that kind of weird way. Because it's, you know, slowly prepping you up for the next chapter as it leads into the next one. I hate the idea of cliffhangers. Don't worry, I'll do it in the ending. I'll do it at the end. Oh God, please no, just release the full game. Well, now that I don't get a real haircut, doesn't want me to do it. He's like, nope. But yeah, no, I'd rather just release the full game. Here's my preferred way. I want the demo out, okay? I want a group of closed testers to play through the entire game, but they're closed testers. They'll have NDAs signed, they can't leaky, or they get sued to oblivion. No. No spoilers. Don't spoil people. Yeah, I think that'll be perfect. A group of closed testers to help me round up the actual game in terms of development. Maybe like 20 odd people. That should be enough or something like that. And then, yeah, then we release the game. Bam. Done. We'll probably give early access, though. The people that were nice to me on YouTube. Like Dev. They can have it a day early or something. I don't know. I'll figure that out. Way to head pat people for supporting me. Let no go deed go unrewarded. Or something like that. You fool, there's tons of muns to be made in early access. Look at Star Citizen. Yeah, but I don't want to do that to people. Like, no DLC, no buying things. All games, all mechanics, and all cosmetics of any kind or any Easter eggs will be in the game. All for one purchase. Purchase the game, you get a complete product. The way it should have always been. There'll be a full demo. A fairly sizable, chonky demo. So people can play it and be like, I like this or I don't like this. That way, you know, we can weed out the filthy people who will give us a negative review. Chad's like, oh my god. Devin is Canadian privilege. Yeah, probably. Probably should hand it out to reviewers, though. Yeah, well. No biases. Any reviewer, I don't care what their politics are. If they're a reviewer, they will get access. We shouldn't censor people for having different opinions because we're not children. And that's literally a childish thing to do. I might disagree with somebody, but if they want to play my game and they like my game, hey, that's awesome. You can put aside my differences and their differences to enjoy Universe together. And if they don't enjoy it, oh well, no big deal. That just means they're wrong. I'm kidding. But maybe. Star Citizen will also probably never come out. Yeah, probably. See, I just don't care about Star Citizen anymore. I bought one ship to support the developers early into the early access thing. Because it's like, hey, cool, I like this, a space game, wheel. I'll buy one of the ships because I feel like supporting the developers because I know what struggle is like. Because at that point I was miserable and I was like, I can't make game. Every time I try, I fail. But then I did. I bought a ship and I was like, wow, I contributed to the development of this game. I hope it helps. And then, like, you know, it was like a $60 ship. So, you know, it's like a full AAA budget game. So I was like, okay, I contributed. I made my purchase for the game. And then I sat around and I messed around with the ship when I could finally play it. And it lagged a little bit, but that was okay. And then, like, then the game just never went anywhere. And I just sort of, like, sat there and was like, this game, they're adding things I don't care about. Like, you can go inside your ship and walk around. Cool. You can walk around the plants. I don't really care about that. Like, that's okay, but, like, honestly, what's going to happen with that is going to be a lot of empty nothingness. And it's like, you can put the physical boxes into your ship. And I'm like, I really don't want to do that. It's like, come on, guys. Just make the space game. I wanted a big ship for my friends and I that we could fly around. There'd be little gunner seats, and we'd, like, fly around in, like, a big ship, and we like, it'd be cool, and then we'd blow up, and then we'd, you know, be happy, or whatever, or mad. I don't even care. But we'd have a feeling and emotion. But I don't have any emotion anymore, because they've taken forever. The only emotion I have is, can I have my $60 back? Oh my goodness. At least make the game. And then you can keep the $60. I don't care. At least give me something. I don't even care if it's broken, Fairman. Fairman, I know you came in here because we're talking about Star Citizen. Don't lie to me.
Wait, did you talk about what?
Star Citizen.
I don't care for Star Citizen. Star Citizen is never gonna come out.
That's funny. Welcome to the stream, Fairbear. Say hi, Fairbear. Hello. Also, change of plans, chat. Oh, Kakaduri. Or Thai Kakaduri. We're all according to plan. We're playing Dying Light 2 Friday.
Yay! I probably can't join.
You probably can't join?
Yes, I can't pretty much because you know my situation.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm trying. It should be possible, but just in case, so you know that May gonna cut me out.
That's okay. What we could do is we could just get somebody else to fill Fairman's shoes, and then I'll play it with Fairman on another stream, because I don't mind streaming literally the same. I don't mind doing the beginning multiple times.
I heard this one's gonna have a lot bigger melee focus.
I hope so too. I'm looking forward to Dying Light 2. Remember that. People who watch this one day, like, Dying Light 2 is an unmitigated disaster, and I'll be like, no. No.
Speaking of, guess what I just did the last 5 hours?
Suck my dick.
No, take a guess. You know it. Just think what I told you before that.
Yeah. I know what it is, Fairman, but you should.
I worked on support for the model, and trying to get used to the 3D software, and which, by the way, Source helped with because he knows that stuff. So I got a little bit help with the support stuff. So thank you on that front. Yeah, talking with Barfius right now. Making some changes, experimenting. I'm just gonna start test prints tomorrow or day after because I need some safety equipment that isn't here yet. And cleaning equipment.
Sonic Killer says Dying Light was meh. I agree. But
it wasn't meh. The story was absolute trash.
The story in Dying Light 1 sucks so much.
It's pain. It's pure pain.
It's just cringe. It's it's just bad.
Gameplay was kind of fun. The biggest thing was
the gameplay was fun. Yeah.
I'm actually playing Dying Light 1. The biggest thing that pisses me off it, the moment a zombie that goes into the grapple animation, you're gonna get grappled because, oh, he's gonna grapple me. Let me just kick him. No, I can't kick because I'm locked in an animation.
Yep, it's like a weird thing that happens. But yeah,
that's something I hate.
The thing is with Dying Light, like, I really just like the gameplay. Like, I don't care. Yeah. People are like, oh, the story's so much better. So it's basically what they're saying is the story's gonna be just bad. Like, that's what that means to me. And you know what? I don't really care about the story. Like, the story is, if it's bad, I just want it to be funny bad.
Gameplay is alleged to, story is alleged to be very good. I'm gonna hold off on that. Gameplay, good. Some of the open world is apparently not that good because it's a bit on the tedious side, but
hopefully 2 is good.
Honestly, as long as the combat is fun, I don't care.
Yeah, pretty much. I just want to run around and, like, explore and collect boxes and stuff that from airdrops.
Kick people in the face.
Or whatever the new gimmick is if they're not airdrops because the government collapsed. I'm not sure what happened.
It's 30 years after, and people basically regress to a medieval level. A little bit in between.
Oh no, I hope they have some sort of airdrop thing. That was cool. I like the airdrops because you're racing against the beepers.
Probably something like raids or something.
Maybe. Those supply crates and you do nighttime things. That was the cool thing about nighttime is, like, the supply drop would come and it'd be like, oh, it's at night. So it's like, well, we're going to go get the box, guys.
From what I heard, they buffed guns enormously, but guns are also so exceedingly rare. So it's basically if you get a gun, it is like you getting a gun in a medieval setting.
I don't care if they buff the gun. Well, actually, I do a little. Problem is the gunplay in Dying Light 1 sucks ass.
Yeah.
It's garbage. It's actually garbage.
Yeah. I think I just like the idea of, because that is basically
who cares about Dying Light?
Technology.
We're not talking about it. Throw it out the window.
Okay.
Now.
Okay.
Well, we're only doing it because stream.
What?
I said we're only doing that because stream. We can talk about it later.
I understood we're going to end stream. And
now, be quiet. Good, Fairman, good. Obedience, yes. No, I'm kidding. But more importantly, 3D model thing. That's more important. Tell chat more about it.
Yeah, but now I'm getting used to the software and some of the stuff. Set up the... I have the printer sitting here. Doing the support, I just ordered Barfius to behead Arif.
What?
I told Barfius that I need Arif beheaded.
In order to print her out and then put her head back on.
Yeah, because we checked something that one arm we can print completely without support, which is nice. The head, because of the way the hair, the spiky bit hairs, can be a bit of a problem. So needed that one removed so I can rotate it. This looks good.
Hmm.
But if it actually turns out well, it's only gonna a test print. Again, that program has a lot of options. But it's
That's
easy
good.
to understand, and if you hover over an option, it tells you exactly what it does. So that is exactly how you should do tulip tips,
At
even
least,
with pictures.
at least it's competently done. So there's good news, chat. The 3D models are going to be coming along nicely. I've got the website thing. My dad's got to give it to me because my dad's the one who, when I was a little kid, he was like, "Oh, you want to make video games one day? Okay, well, I'll secure the domain for the company that you want to make one day." I'm like, "Yay!" Because I have no money. Because I was like fucking 8, and he's been holding on to that for me the whole time, and I have the domain.
Also, you want to know something funny
Well,
about
hold
the
on.
modeling thing?
Hold on. We'll get the website made. I need to send that to Tyler so he can work on the domain, get access to the back end. We can set up the website finally. Then, once we have that done with that, we can set up the little store thing. That's be the first thing we do. And then we'll make it so people can buy the minis. Well, buy the minis, buy the files. By the way, chat, just for clarification, we're not selling miniatures. We're selling the STL file. Once you purchase it, you can print like as many as you want. Exalted Hordes asked, "What is this music in the background?" This music is from our game. This was composed by Robert Renato, our composer, and it's called Wrath of the Firstborn. It's actually on our channel homepage. Here, I'll show you. Oh, fuck. It's not on our homepage because when we stream, it takes place over the top of it. I didn't know it did that. How do I undo that? How do I... Here, you know what? There it is. This is Wrath of the Firstborn. You can find it. This is one of the battleground musics, or battle game BGMs of the combat in our game. Background art was done by Sally. Very well done. Yeah, I agree. I think Robert did a fantastic job. He worked very hard on this.
Robert is a good boy.
Mm-hmm. Robert's currently working on the composition for the... Also, good night, Robert. He went to bed. Robert Renato.
I remember.
He's currently working on the main menu track for the game. The main menu track will change depending on what chapter you're in, if anyone's curious. Much like the background, you know, you can do that. I mean, you can download the music. I think there's a way to download it, or you can add it to a playlist. Yeah, saving. Need download button too. Also, I think YouTube's got a feature that you can download stuff on your phone. In case you're going on a trip, you want to listen to it, it's pretty good. There's also another track too you can check out called Celeste Lost. That is the other track. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Lost is a bit quiet if I remember right. We'll re-upload a louder version later. For whatever reason, like we were having issues with it, just something with YouTube, just making it quiet. Does Robert have some sort of education in music? Or is he a Rain Man of music? I'm trying to remember. We had a conversation about this briefly, but it was quickly moved on to because we ended up talking about... I do remember like asking him about this because I had a question about that too. And I think he doesn't really have too much education, if I recall correctly. I'll have to ask him for clarification. Like, he just sort of did it out of passion, much like a lot of the artists on our team. They have a brief, like, touch with, like, studying about it, but, like, most of it, they just sort of, like, pick up and just do it.
You guys do it up.
Lost is a lot more slow, though. But it's atmospheric. Each song tells more of a different story. The next song, major song, besides the main menu, is the Sunken King, Balhamon. The song for his story, which will be accompanied by a lore video. That was going to take a while, though, because I am having other art expedited. Other art that is now needed because we are reaching certain stages for the combat prototype where it's time to start slapping some more art into there. So the Sunken King song might get hit with a few delays. But for a good cause this time around. No sad times, no sad news. Instead, better things. Yes, yes. Has the weird channel issue been fixed with this song? What do you mean weird channel issue? Now I'm confused, Sonic. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the song just being a little quiet? Because that hasn't been fixed yet. That's going to require a re-upload.
Channel issues. That sounds like maybe one channel isn't playing right, and the third maybe just louder on the left or on the right, something like that.
Might have happened in the YouTube uploading thing. There's some weird issues with uploading music to YouTube. I don't know why. That we've encountered, because I have like 4 versions of this song unlisted on my content list, because I didn't publish them, because I just kept like, I was like, something's weird with it, like, and then he had to fix it and he tweaked it. And the problem is, he says like it sounds fine for him, but like, and then when we upload it and it sounds like something. In the other song, I mean, if it wasn't, if it's actually the file itself or something with YouTube, then that would mean that the either YouTube did it or just Robert might have missed something. Be sure to go to the #Legends of Terrestrial section to the Discord server and at Robert Renato and tell him about it. The reason why I'm gonna have you do that is just because it's easier to do that rather than going through me. Now, sometimes some people make weird suggestions to my artist behind my back, chat. I'm looking at some of you, chat. Like, what? Just know that my artist telling me about that. Silly willies. Appreciate the feedback, though, but you should actually use the proper channel. #Legends of Terrestrial. Because remember, you can give feedback, but if you give feedback to the artist, like, they have to go through me to get approval for anything. So you might as well cut out this weird circle thing. Circly thing. Just like the gun problem. Like, it's gonna be a lot quicker if you just tell me about it.
Also, it's gotten a lot grumpier.
Hanse has gotten grumpy. What?
No, I said it's gotten a lot grumpier.
Hanse, why are you grumpy? He's like, no, we.
I need no justification for my grumpiness. It is self-evident.
He's our little Hanse.
He's a bit gay.
Zyra's Lullaby is going to be tricky, though. Because much like Lost Celeste, there's a lot of very slow and sad music. Our music is so sad. I like how painful it is, don't you? You can really feel it.
I wouldn't describe the music as
joking.
painful.
Kibs the pain slut.
I just like to hurt
Anytime
my
I would
characters.
describe music as
Okay.
painful, it's because I consider it like extremely, actually terrible in quality.
Listen, ever since I joked with Sala about doing something bad to Aya because he likes Aya so much, like, it's not even funny. But I'm like, what if, like, Aya just dies in chapter 2? He's like, no.
What if I accidentally gets separated from the party and goes down into the bad parts of the city?
I just think it's funny because, you know what? I have no intention of doing that because that would break character and story. But, like, it's just funny because Sala's all... He's such a little fanboy. It's funny. I made some terrible fan art of Aerith Art Coin. I don't know if I want to. That's pretty terrible. Though I'm sure it would be sell for at least $30,000. Yeah,
I
that's
feel like you
cursed.
could do better if you wanted to make proper Aerith coin.
Oh my. It's so scamalicious. It reeks of just like, give me all your. Oh no, Jay. Not actually that bad.
You could have like a super rare version of it with just Aerith saying, "Where's my momons?"
The super rare is the one where she actually doesn't wear the bra.
Oh my
Ah,
gosh.
yes. Turn the Aerith coins into
Yin Yang
NFTs.
also made this. God damn. Look at Squealy Kitty is just. He's going after you, Yin Yang. Because he tried that too, Aerith Coin. I think
Coin.
Aerith. I think the switching of the letters was good. We have 2 Aerith Coins now. My god.
Look at AWL. Honestly, better than every other NFT. I mean, it's not hard.
Yeah, but we're not doing NFTs because that is literally just scamming people. I'm not doing that. Because that's asking people to put their money and hopes and dreams into this coin thing that would totally, I feel like, flop flat.
It's the most extreme form of fiat currency.
Kibs coin. But I wouldn't mind actually printing these out, making like a printable coin as like a plastic thing for a collectible, not necessarily an actual NFT.
You say that now, and then someone, like years later as a joke, just mails you a bunch of these coins, and it's like, I'd like to buy my game now.
By then I'll be rich and wealthy, and I'll be like, yes.
Or dead.
Or dead. And so the box will never be opened, and it'll just sit there.
Tyler gonna open it.
But yeah, I don't have any intentions of getting into crypto, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. Memes aside, it's a bit silly. I've got barely any mun-muns as is, and spreading that money thinner would be a really bad idea. Gotta keep the resources where they matter. Your eye on the prize, so to speak.
My prize is gone. I ate it.
Poor Hanse. That little bastard.
It was nice, though. It was meat that had some, what was it? It was cooked in apple juice, and then it had thin sliced of, like, caramelized apple on them.
Hold on, I have an idea. Aerith coin on the front, it'll be Bub coin on the back. Twice. Twice the coin, double the... I don't even... Doesn't
Autism.
Star Wars doesn't... Meme doesn't work here, no.
Twice the coin, double the autism.
Twice the waifu, double...
Well, then people would say... It brings a whole new meaning to when people say, well, is it gonna be Aerith or Bubs?
Oh my god, yeah. Aerith or Bubs. I'll take 2 Bubs.
They're buffs.
Terrible.
Aerith.
Listen, Eldegusto, when you strike big, I expect that big, lucrative Eldegusto to come on over. He's like, no! Need all you. Don't worry, we'll marry Eldegusto and moiter him. Moiter him for all his mooney.
I'm pretty sure the Fed will be looking into cases like that.
You don't say. Be careful, inflation.
So you
goes
married
brrr.
billionaire, and then billionaire suddenly dies. We have a few questions we'd like to ask you.
It's a bit strange. You married him, he died abruptly after the marriage. Like, basically instantly.
He signed the paper, then his head went pop.
Essentially, yes. Crypto makes getting a PC a pain in the ass. Yes, there's actually a couple factors leading into that. That crypto stuff, it's the fact that there's a supply shortage on top of it, which thus increases demand. There's several things playing into it, which all make
Which
it
was
really
caused by
nasty.
people, or I say people, companies underestimating how much supply they need. And then it also just, people are buying them because, well, they're stuck at home.
Yep, like I said, several factors. And it's all just terribly convenient. Or inconvenient, if you want to look at it that way.
A few, I say few, literally the one video I watched on it, it's like, I mean, they guesstimated like 2-3 years is when they guesstimated prices would come back to a reasonable level.
NFTs of Arch and a dress? I don't think so, Mad World. Why would I make NFTs of other people? Wait, no, that's genius. Baron, come here.
What?
He's too old and boomery to defend himself. Let alone
And then Kibs gets sued.
boomer boy. Stand. I'll buy you an island. Don't moiter me. Lamau. But I might just do it a little. Big sadness chat. But I think this winds down pretty much everything we had to ramble on and waffle on about. A sort of a just chat and stream. A Muse stream if you will chat. Much like the title. I know it ends right when Hanse and Fairbear gets here, but it's one of those things, chat. Just happens. Out of stuff to talk about, and I've been talking to them for 4 hours and 30 minutes. It's time for me to disappear and go back to work. But I think I'm gonna sleep and then go back to work. Get up early and finish these filthy, awful things.
Tried to do that today. Then I found out my cat was like, get up at 5 a.m. in the morning, which caused me to end up sleeping in when I normally would.
Don't worry.
Despite the fact I'm trying to get up early. It's like, you little fucking shit.
I live alone.
The saddest.
I live alone. I don't know, that didn't sound as sad as I thought. Trying to make it sad.
Yeah, you could get a kitty and then experience what disco experiences.
And I would like a pet, but having a pet means having more. God forbid the poor thing gets an injury and I do not have the funding to.
Kibs already has multiple pets. They're called artists.
Yes. Sadly, I can't pet them because I might be arrested. Because I'm Sala, come here.
You can only pet one.
Baratrian.
Ollie's just no, and the kid scratches his beard. You just. If the lad's being agitated, just scratch his beard. This will calm him down.
My god. Either way, little chatteroodles. Double check something. Yeah, I think I've done it. Where? There you are. Okay. Right, now it is time to wrap it up. Oop. Either way, chat, thanks for popping on. If you've got further questions, head to the hashtag Legends of Terrestrial section of the Discord. Or if you didn't want to pop on the Discord, don't like Discord, you can just contact me on Matter. I know, it's cancer, but there's a link to it in the description. There is that. Either way, you guys have a fantastic night, and I will talk to you guys not tomorrow. I know. Tomorrow I'm going to take the entire day to work on reports, so I figured I'd just let you guys know that in advance. Just because, I don't know. Just gotta. And then Friday we'll do Dying Light, and then Saturday there might not be a stream, I don't know. I've got a funeral to go to and take care of some things, so there's that. Either way, chat, I will talk to you guys later. Though things might still be in flux, so I'll update you anyway, so we'll see. Goodbye.
Better.
Bye.
Crap, never mind. We're not ending it yet. Good thing
Oh.
I didn't hit the, I was about to hit the end stream button. Viking Kiwi donates $11.34 to say, so what would one need in order to start streaming? Oh boy. So, in order to start streaming, you're going to want to have a computer or something that you can record with, right? Whether you're going to do, well, I think phones can stream technically. I don't recommend it because I have no idea how that works. You might want to just Google. Honestly, Google is going to be your first best friend in this. The second best friend is me, followed by, you know, Google. Again, because Google does have the answers for pretty much everything you want. But in regards to streaming, there's OBS, which is open source. Then there's Streamlabs, which is not necessarily open source, but they're like basically just OBS, but they copied some stuff. They have some neato cheeto like accessory things for streaming that just make it a little easier to get into. In my opinion, that's why I ended up doing Streamlabs when I started streaming. But you can use OBS or Streamlabs. They're both free, and you can use them. They're pretty cool. Basically, you just use that, get a microphone if you want one. But in order to start streaming, you can just, you know, make a YouTube channel or a Twitch channel or an Odyssey thingy or whatever allows you to stream. I'm not sure. Plug it into the settings. You know, mess around the settings. Literally, just Google is gonna be your friend. You're gonna watch a lot of cringy YouTube videos if you're like me. Or you're gonna go and read some forum stuff, and honestly, you'll be able to figure it out pretty quickly. Just monkey around with it a little bit. Remember that if you have a lower end rig, that you're gonna want to lower the settings of whatever game you're playing, because it might cause the game to stutter and have issues. And that's just the problem. The more you get into it, the more you'll know. Like 2 PC stream setup, but don't worry about that. Just stream something simple. You know, turn down the graphics a bit. Stream it. If you want to stream it and you're afraid to test it publicly on YouTube, you can just set it to an unlisted stream and just watch the unlisted stream. You know, just do 10 minutes and then stop, look at the footage, and then do another 10 minutes, tweak, stop, look at the footage, again and again until you sort of tweak it out right. Streaming is one of those things where it just takes time, practice, and consistency. Just keep doing it, and that's all there is to it. There's actually a lot more to it though. Now that I think about it, if you want to get like growth and stuff like that, that's tricky because starting out as a little lad is hard because now it's just there's so many. The problem really boils down to oversaturation. A lot of people are trying to get into it. It's very difficult. Start it for just the hobby's sake. Have fun, mess around. Don't get super serious. Don't invest lots of money into it until you know what you're getting into. And start it as a hobby. Just mess around, enjoy it, and just start reading about it. If you've got further questions, you can just message me in DMs about it. It's gonna be a lot easier to respond in there. But good luck if you try doing some streamy stuff. Either way, good night, chat, and we'll get to you later. Thank you for the donations, guys. Appreciate it.
I
we have a good one.
will.
Okay.